Good morning, honorable members and everybody. So I'll just give 2 minutes to settle down and then we start. Honorable members, good morning. I hope you had a decent weekend and that you've escaped the flu. If not, you have recovered from it. No, I know he's in the wars, and I also wish to say good morning to the team from the Auditor-General's office. Good morning and welcome. I also hope you had a good weekend. And I'm also hoping that in our arrangements, we don't see so much of your faces here. Not because we don't like you, but we also know you've got to audit at some point instead of being in Parliament. So we really appreciate your work, and good morning to everybody else who's in the meeting. So today we are getting a briefing from the AG's office on two entities, and that is South African Airways and the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, which is Prasa. I hope I've called it correctly. So we're going to end at 1 o'clock, and so we're in your hands as the AG's office. Obviously, it's two presentations. What I would like to do is to have I had a new term this past weekend, a biology break between the presentations. But what I'd like to do, to ask you to do especially, is to just specifically state when something is particularly important in the presentations, because you provide a lot of detail. So it's just important for the members and the public, when you believe the materiality of an issue that you're talking through is important, or at least highlight the importance of an issue. That would help everybody navigate through the issues and the note taking, and also say why. So that we understand. Otherwise, the outcome of this is going to help us in our oversight work as we engage with the relevant minister, and as we visit those entities or they come here and so on. So this is really crucial for us, and thank you for being here once again. So I will hand over to you, colleagues. You introduce yourselves, you say how you're going to, the order in which you're going to lay out your briefings, and then we get going. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. My name is Andries Sekheto. I'm the Head of Portfolio from the National Audit Portfolio from the Office of the Auditor-General. We are here to brief regarding the two entities that was requested by SCOPA, being Prasa as well as SAA. For the purpose of the record, I'm just going to ask my team members who are present here today to assist us with the presentations, to introduce themselves, and then we'll do a high-level overview in terms of the process and the flow of the presentation, and then we'll kick off the formal presentations. I'm going to start with my team members right here in front of me. The two ladies will introduce themselves, and we'll go over to the two gentlemen on the other side, and we'll end up here at the back next to me before I take back the mic again. Cornay, thank you.
Thank you, Andries. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Cornay Meiberg, and I'm the Business Unit Leader responsible for the Prasa audit. Thanks.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. I'm Ilse Dippenaar, responsible for the Prasa audit. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Honourable Members. I am Pumrene Rabonda, responsible for the SAA audit.
Good morning, Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Tatuk Nene. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for SAA Group Audit.
Good morning, Chair, Honourable Members. I'm Tolofelo Tobachale, Senior Manager responsible for the SA subsidiaries.
Thank you, Team AGSA. From our side, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, so we will conduct the briefings. We will start with the SAA first. They demanded to go first because they arrived first before the other teams, so we will allow them the privilege and the honor of going first. Chair, you would also note, members, one presentation or one submission is a presentation in the form of presentation. The other submission is in the form of a detailed briefing note. However, as outlined by yourself, Chairperson, we'll be guided by the salient issues that we wish to elevate and escalate, and so therefore we'll make sure that those submissions and the deliberations cover the points that we wish to elevate and escalate. At this point in time, it's also worth highlighting to the members, the honorable members, the fact that the presentation today will cover the audit outcomes all the way up until the 22-23 financial year. As members would be aware, some of the outcomes for the audits for the 23-24 financial year may either still be in process or have not been tabled yet, and therefore we will not cover the 23-24 financial year. It will just be all the way up to 22-23 financial year. And we'll also give the members, where possible, a reflection in terms of the performance of the institutions insofar as it relates to the MTSF period, which means from 2019 to 2022-23 financial year, which the results are available for. Chair, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Team SAA, who will then deal with the specifics of Team SAA. And then we'll take questions, comments, or inputs from the members afterwards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andres. I think what I'm going to do is that I will start with the just to reflect on why we are here. I was hoping that Andres was going to touch on that one. Well, what's important to note is that as the AGSA, we're not just about auditing. Audit is what we do so that we can unearth insights that help us to support the work of various institutions, including the work of Parliament. So that is what we are here for, and we're not here to talk about the audit, but we're here to talk about these entities that this particular committee needs information about in order to perform their important oversight function over the entities. And we do so in a manner that makes sure that the AGSA will remain a relevant assurance provider in public service. And that's why we always say that we exist to strengthen our country's democracy, because we believe that if we do our work well, we support the work of Parliament and other structures of government, a constitution, we are able to make sure that our democracy remains strong. So just to go straight now to the SAA part, and on slide number 4, the entity that we're talking about here, we're talking about SAA, which is the holding company. It does have a number of subsidiaries underneath them. Major of those is SAA Technical, which is responsible for, it's an engineering company responsible for the repairs and maintenance of aircrafts. Is the biggest subsidiary that we have in SAA. There is Air Chefs, which is a catering company. So when you are flying SAA, the food that you get served in those aircraft, they are prepared by this company. They also do render services to other airlines as well, but their biggest customer is SAA. We've got Mango, which is currently under business rescue with no prospect of being resurrected. And then we've got a travel center. This was a travel agency that was used by SAA over the years, but it's kind of dormant at the moment, so there are no operations there. Then there is a SAA Shares Trust. That is it was a share scheme that was formed to manage the participation of SAA employees into the ownership of the company. So, but mostly the information that we're going to be sharing today will be about the holding company being SAA. And a bit again about this company is that it was established by an Act of Parliament, SAA Act of 2007, and the reason was that the state saw the need to acknowledge that they have a developmental orientation, and the SAA was formed as a national carrier, a strategic asset that will enable the state to preserve its ability to contribute to the key domestic and interregional and international leakages. So for today, then what we're doing is that we're also giving a background in terms of when we started auditing this company in 2016-2017. up to now, what has happened in this company. So you'll, just for information, before that period, the SAA was audited by private sector audit firms. We took back the audit effective 2016-2017. We audited that year and we completed the audit, issued the report. We audited 2017-2018, and before we could finalize the audit, there was a request from the board to pause the audit because at that point, that's when the entity was really battling serious, severe financial difficulties. It was under financial distress. That was in the middle of 2019. When we paused that audit in 2019, same year in December, that's when the board adopted a resolution to place the company into business rescue due to the severe financial distress that they were facing. It was in business rescue from 5 December 2019 up until 2021, 30 April, when the BRB practitioner they then acknowledged that they have implemented substantially the BR plan. So from that moment when, just to backtrack a little bit, when the company is placed under business rescue, it is no longer under the control of the board. So what you will refer to as the accounting authority in terms of the PFMA, they no longer apply in that company because now the company is under the control of the business rescue practitioner. That is where a number of requirements of the PFMA which apply to the board cannot be implemented at that time. That even National Treasury ended up giving SAA an exemption from a number of requirements that could not be complied with during the business review process. Only from 30 April 2021, that's when the company came back to be under the control of the board. And at that point, the minister appointed an interim board, an interim CEO to resurrect the company and start the operations. So that when that happened, we then went back and resumed that audit of 2017-2018, which we had paused in the middle, and we completed the audit. We then also, after that, that audit was finalized on the 2nd of February 2022. After that, then we had a backlog of 4 years. That was for 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022. And we did those audits together at the same time because if we were to do them individually, we wouldn't be done by now. So we did them concurrently and we completed the audits, and we already came to this committee in the previous parliament last year to come and brief on the outcome that came from those 4 years, but we are also sharing the same message again to this committee, acknowledging that we are talking to a new parliament, and also we have got that responsibility to empower this parliament. So that's where we are, Chair. The messages that we'll be sharing with this committee today will be informed by the audit that we've done up until for the year ended 31 March 2022. The audit for the financial year that ended 31 March 2023 is practically completed. We are currently undergoing the final governance processes with SAA management to send the audit. By those processes, I mean, we have discussed the draft reports with management. We are waiting for, they are scheduling an audit committee meeting to table those reports with the audit committee. They've given us what we call the final adjusted financial statements. So after the audit, during the audit, we identify misstatements that the management will acknowledge that they are going to correct. We have those financial statements, we are reviewing them. And after that process, there will be some few remaining steps to then be able to send the audit. The anticipation is that by latest mid-October, we must be done with the audit for the financial year that ended 31 March 2023. Then another backlog is that the audit for the financial year ended 31 March 2024 has not yet started because they have not yet submitted financial statements. They had indicated that there are processes in place that for them to submit the financial statements, but that's another backlog that we're dealing with. So basically, by the time we walk out of here today, the backlog that we'll be sitting with will be 2 audits. Thank you, Chair. Let me hand over to Tato then to take it from there.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you, Fumlani. Thank you, Chair. The slides just summarize the events that transpired from AGSA taking over the SA audit in 2016-17. It was the first time when we completed the audit in 2016-17, And then in 2017-18, as Fumlani have mentioned, we did the audit, but we could not sign off the audit. And then during the 2019, when we were supposed to, 17, 18, 19, when we were supposed to finalize the audit, we were asked to withdraw from the engagement because of the financial challenges that SAA experienced then. And then we were asked to put the audit on hold for some time. SAA later in that year, it was placed under business rescue. So business rescue is a process whereby if the entity is under financial distress, you appoint a practitioner in terms of the Company Act to restore the activities and put the entity under a situation whereby it's under a full control to able it to restore its financial positions. So SAA, it was on business rescue for a period of almost 18 months. And during that period, there were significant challenges that they expressed, experienced. You'll remember we had COVID-19 during the 2020 financial year. And also those restrictions actually led to the lockdowns, which resulted in flights not happening. And then from there, in June 2021, the deal, which is now cancelled, or Takatso deal, was announced as part of the initiatives that we took as an SCP process. And then from there, we submitted the financial statements. And then later in that year, August, we saw the entity that Mango, one of the subsidiaries of SAA responsible for low-cost carrier, it was placed under the business rescue. And then in September 2023, 2021, the entity actually restarted its operations. And in that year, which is 21-22, the entity only operated for a period of 6 months after the handover of the company by the BRP practitioner on the 30th of April 2021. And then we were asked to complete the remaining audit, which we completed last year, November 2023, after a period of almost 1 year, 6 months. And then, as we've noted, the backlog audits, they are actually completed. We're not going to be discussing anything relating to the 2023 financial year audit because we're still engaging management about the final adjustments, and as per the fair rules of engagement, they need to be tabled within their necessary governance structures. And then what happened for SAA to be put under the business rescue proceeding? Noting in events leading to the BRP process decisions, there were operational challenges. If you can remember, or from the media perspective, there was a long-term accelerated turnaround strategy that was failing to yield the results then. There was a pressure from the fiscus as 10.5 billion in guarantees were issued in February and August 2019, with further demands being made by the SAA to finance their working capital. Later on, we'll discuss the financial performance and results in those particular year. And then there was also a lack of funding. The banks were declined to fund SAA without the government guarantees. And as a result, most of the banks, they have lost the confidence in the SAA board. And also there was a withdrawal of the key services by the service providers, the travel agents, which sells majority of the tickets, the likes of the flight centers and the insurance. They were refusing to provide services to SAA, and also IATA, which is the institution that is responsible for the aviations, the billing system, and also the accreditation therein, was also requesting the guarantees from the government to ensure that the customers, when they buy the tickets in advance, they will be able in the position to redeem those particular tickets in the event that they want to fly, or either they need a withdrawal from or a refund from SAA. And the entity at that stage, it was insolvent, which means that the total liabilities that were there at the entity, they were exceeding the total assets. And then also they were making operational losses. And then the entity then was placed on a business rescue in December 2020. December 2019, and then from there we noted the impact of the BRP process as per the middle column there. The impact is that the number of people that they used to work at SAA, they were significantly reduced by the BRP process. They used to be almost 4.7 thousand people who were the employees at SAA, and then BRP process just reduced them to close to 1,000 employees. And the liabilities were transferred to the receivership in terms of the business rescue. The business rescue went, he did the assessment. When the business rescue come into the process, the first thing that he needs to do, he needs to determine whether the entity is rescued or it needs to be liquidated. So the assessment was done on SAA, and the conclusion of the business rescue practitioner was to say that the company can be rescued. And once the company, it was determined that it can be rescued, then they needed to come up with the plan of which the affected persons, they needed to adopt. So affected person, it will be your creditors, your lenders, your employees, and also the general concurrent creditors. So from the process that was in place, it was agreed that the entity will be rescued, and the receivership was established to pay the funds as agreed with the shareholder then. So the receivership is a form of a vehicle that was in place at that particular point in time, that it was used to set aside the funds that were contributed by the shareholder, to ensure that those particular funds, in terms of the dividends that they had agreed in the plan, they needs to be paid. So this fund is actually part of SAA, but it was a separate fund that was set aside specifically for the receivership process. So at the stage, the shareholder guaranteed a debt amounting to 11.9 billion to be settled by government, and also 7.4 billion for general concurrent creditors. So the concurrent creditors is normal creditors that do business with SAA, the ones that will supply caterings, the ones that will supply stationery, fuel, and the likes. That 7.4 billion was set aside to pay those concurrent creditors, the lessors of the aircrafts, and also the lenders. So as after the business rescue, the company came back as both liquid and solvent, which means in terms of solvency, it means that the total assets, they exceeded the total liability at that stage. And then in terms of the liquidity, it means that they were able to pay whatever that was due within a prescribed period of time. So the lessors, in terms of the business rescue process, they were paid a settlement dividend of 1.7 billion. They were roughly, based on the calculation that was done, they were roughly owed 30 billion. We'll cover it in the next slide. And they entered into the new leases of the aircraft. So previously they had 44 aircraft, and then now they have six aircraft. And then the aircraft that they came in then to restart the entity, there were only 6, and the ones that they had before the business rescue process, they had what we call return conditions. So return conditions, they are certain conditions that are put in the lease agreement, whereby they specify what is the conditions that the aircraft needs to be returned back. Like the aircraft needs to be painted, the bricks of the aircraft needs to be in a certain conditions, the aircraft need to be have remaining hours that it can fly before the next maintenance. So the ones that they came back after the restart, they worked on a month to month, and mostly of them, they were on a variable basis that they were paying per hour flown. And then And then they were in the process of selling some of the old aircraft that were not commercially viable to sell. And then there was, sorry for that. And there was also a significant reduction in terms of the routes that SAA used to fly. So if you can note, they just recently started with flying international. When we say international, we refer outside South Africa. And then when they restarted, they restarted with local routes and then domestic routes, which is within South Africa, and they are going to some of the regions, the likes of Zimbabwe and Malawi. So what we have noted is that during the BRP process, there was no shareholders compact that was submitted for the process. Hence, there were no KPIs that were set. But it is, was something that is understandable because the entity was operating under a lot of uncertainties, and the business rescue practitioner, his primary focus was to restore the entity. And then the impact of this on the subsidiaries, that the 819 million was allocated to Mango from the 2020 MTB BPS, of which 420 was transferred to the entity. And then subsequent to that, the entity went to the business rescue on the 28th of July. And then the impact on the SAA technical is that 1.6 billion was also set aside during the medium-term budget, and the main purpose of that was to restructure the business, similar to HF's 280 million was transferred to restructure the business. As you can note, the two entities, the SAA Technical and HF's, later on we'll discuss, they are highly dependent on the success of SAA, because they are the main service providers to SAA. And then this is the process that I've spoke about with regards to say that there is a receivership. This is the process that assists the creditors to receive payment on the amount owed to them by the company while it's trying to return to its going concern or the profitability. So the purpose of the receivership was to take on the liabilities from the affected person in order to allow SAA to continue with the to restructure their balance sheet and continue its business operation without the burden of the pre-commencement the creditors, and also to make the payments for the pre-commencement creditors, and make payments to the lenders and administer the process of the repayments of the creditors post the filing of the notice of the substantial implementation, which was filed on the 30th of April 2023. So once the business rescue practitioner is satisfied that the plan has been implemented and it will be implementable going forward by management, he files what we call a notice of substantial implementation. It's not yet fully implemented, hence currently now SAA is still working on the expansion plans. So from that process, these were the dividends that were agreed then. And in terms of the general concurrent creditors, as I've referred earlier on, which are the general suppliers, they were paid 7 cents per rent, and of which the total allocation for those, it was 600 million. And then in terms of the lessors, they were paid 1.7 billion out of the claim of the 30 million, as I've alluded later. And this was equivalent to 6 months rental. And on a monthly basis, there will be what we call maintenance reserves, which is a requirement that the lessors put for entities that are struggling, to say that if you are utilizing the aircraft, you have an obligation to repay it at the later stage. So you need to set up a fund aside whereby you you put the money. In the event that you need to make a maintenance, you can go and pull from that particular fund. So those particular funds, they were actually taken by the lessors as they needed to restore those particular aircrafts and also even the deposits that they've made. And then in terms of the legacy debt, particularly the lenders, the amounts that was payable was 5.4 billion. So the lenders, which mainly are the bank, nothing was compromised for them, as the debt was guaranteed by the government. So government defaulted. So the distribution happened in 3 forms that we have noted above. The first one was done on August 2021. The second distribution was done in August 2022, and the last distribution, as per the confirmation of the business practitioner's note, we noted that the last payment was made in August 2023. We are still to audit whether that it is complete, as it's outside the scope of our audit, but we have noted that all the debt relating to the pre-business rescue, they were actually paid. And then the slides that I'm reflecting now, they're just reflecting some of the capital injections that the entity have was given by the National Treasury together with the DPE. So over the period of 6 years, the capital injections amounted to 4.3 billion. That was injected by the entity, and sorry, for 48.3 millions. Billion, sorry. 48.3 billion. And then historically, if you can look at SAA, it was financed through various sources of findings, source of financing, the development banks, the local bond markets, which is both, local loan market, which is both public and private sector. And then also international and domestic capital market. But now, currently, where you are sitting, there's no lenders. So currently, SAA, there's 0 loans. And then if we look at from the 1st of April 2018 up until the end of our audit, government injected 38.1 billion for SAA, of which 27.6 billion was deposited post the business rescue plan. Currently, SAAs have noted it is fully funded by equity. There is no loans, everything have been settled, and with the last dividends to the lenders paid in August 2023. The table there is just reflecting the financial performance and the financial position of SAA for the last for the last 4 financial cycles that we were auditing, and also the comparative period of the 2018, which the financial statements were restated. So when you look at the first indicator there, which is the net operating profit, SAA made a net operating loss for the 5 years under reviews. And then also looking at the net current assets or liabilities, the current liabilities, they exceeded the current asset for the whole 5 years that is projected here. And then the non-current asset versus the current liabilities, that one was actually green, which means that the assets that actually can be realized in the more than 12 months, they were actually matching the liabilities, and they exceeded that. And then in terms of the total assets versus the total liabilities, which test the solvency of the entity, as we have described earlier, the entity was actually it was insolvent. for the 4 years, and it only emerged as a solvent entity in 2022 financial year with a positive equity of 682 million. And then the cash, they always had a cash in the bank, but mainly the cash was as a result of the bailout. As you see, the net operating cash flow from the operating activities, it was actually negative results. And then these were the outcomes for the company, SA as a company, and the other one we removed, sorry for that. And then the reflection on the governance structures. SAA exited business rescue on the 30th of April 2022, and it was handed over to, it was 2021, sorry for that. It was handed over to the management of SAA. The first 6 months, the management, they were devising the strategy to restart the entity, and it was later restarted in September. So soon after the restart, or maybe the handover of the entity, we have noted that when the company got to be handed over, the necessary committees which are responsible for the audit, the social and ethics, remunerations and nomination, they were not established, as there were only 4 the directors that were appointed then. And we also noted that there was an instability in terms of the executive management level key positions, CFO and the CEO. If you can note that the CEO and the CFO that were there when the entity restarted, they are no longer the current CFO or CEO of the entity. And we also observed that the internal audit function, which is the critical provider of assurance to ensure that the financial statements that gets to be submitted or the operations, they're actually efficient and yield a positive results, they were not there. And then, however, what we've noted now is that the SAA have established the necessary committees, as the minister on the 17th of April actually appointed the new board, and then the entity resurrected the committees there, or the board subcommittees that they needed to have as per the governance processes. And then the committees have been effective ever since. And then the internal audit in 2023-24 financial year, based on the engagements that we had with them, and also what we see on the ground currently, because we're there, we noted that they have recapacitated that area, and then the panel of service providers have been appointed to roll out the plan. And then we are going to be doing the assessment of the internal audit function. It was one of the internal control deficiencies that we have picked up that resulted in the outcomes that we're going to be sharing now during the 2023 financial year audit. Yes. Yes. The audit outcomes that were projecting them, we see that in terms of the audit outcome, there is a regression from what was there in the previous year that we audited. So in 2017-18, the outcome regressed from, the outcome was qualified, and then during the audit that we performed, it was actually a regression to a disclaimer audit. And then there are, during the 4-year period that we audited, the annual performance report was not prepared and submitted for audit as compared to 2017-18. So that area was also one of the areas that we had to disclaim. And then there are various non-compliance as per the subject matters that we've scoped in, that were actually, we had a material findings on. The areas included the AFS and annual performance reports, the consequence management, expenditure management, procurement, and also contract management, revenue management, strategic planning, and performance management, and also the SOC governance area. So the outcomes of the subsidiaries, they are similar to those of the group, as the processes, they are much more similar at overall the usage of one accounting systems that is similar across all the group. We see that the three subsidiaries which we were able to audit, the outcome regressed, with the SAA technical HFs regressing from qualified to a disclaimer audit, and then Mango was also disclaimed, but mainly the disclaimer was driven by us not being able to confirm whether the entity was a going concern or not, and the outcome of the financial statement remained constant for the 4-year period. So the financial statements for the share trust and the travel center, we have not received them for the past 5 years. And then moving to the overall audit outcome, as you've noted, is that the overall audit outcome is a disclaimer that is actually constant over the 4-year period. What does that mean? It means that from our side, we're unable to get sufficient audit evidence to express whether the financial statements, they can be reliable or not. So that was the biggest stumbling block that we had. This was due to the lack of adequate skills and capacity to prepare credible financial statement and to support the audit process. As employee, we had the knowledge of the SAA at the stage and the system, and the records of transaction that had left the entity as a result of the business rescue process, and there were no measures that were in place to preserve the skills and the capacity in the finance divisions. And also, as I've noted earlier, the governance have not established an appropriate organizational structure or internal capacity. So the business rescue, the way it was done, it was not done in a way that it gave preference to the key skills that they had knowledge of the SAA processes. So this disclaimed audit opinion paints that SAA as an environment that is failing to implement robust financial management systems and credible records. And also, we have noted that the action plans were not actually prepared by management to address some of the qualification areas that we had. And then this one is the reflection on the financial viability and the dependencies of the SAA latest financial information. So the entity, as we have noted, it experienced significant financial difficulties and operational challenges in 2018, which necessitated a number of equity injection. So when we audited the 4-year back audit, our conclusion was to say that the entity, it was a going concern, but with material uncertainties. So for the audit of Mango, we disclaimed the audit of Mango. The reason being is that the entity was currently not operational. It was still under the business rescue. Everything have ceased its operations. The leased aircrafts were actually returned to the lessor, and there were no revenue system in place, and the flight ticketing has been decommissioned, and the business rescue plan that was adopted by the affected person was not yet implemented then. So what were the key things that we picked up from the assessment of the going concern, which resulted in material events, is that there was a slow progress in the implementation of the expansion plan, and a successful implementation of the plan determined the future of the entity. So once the entity was out of the business rescue, there was various scenarios or various stages that the the business rescue will have ideal that the entity will be. So when you look at those particular restart plan or the expansion plan, the entity is still delayed. And the main cause of that is that there is a lack of funding. As I've noted is that earlier on is that the entity currently now, it is fully funded based on the capital injections. There's no loans, so the entity struggle to get the funding to fund the expansion plan. And then also one of the key challenges that SAA had faced is the repatriation of funds coming from the foreign jurisdictions. So as we know that it flies to regional jurisdictions, some of the areas that SAA they are flying to, they are actually not able to get the cash out of those particular countries because of they are blocked or they are restricted. And then we also noted that in terms of the two subsidiary HFs and SAA, we concluded that they are going concern with material uncertainties, and then HFs and SAA, they are highly dependent on the SAA company, as SAA is their major customer. So if SAA grows, HFs grows. If SAA goes down, the two entities, they also goes down. But currently the entities, they are exploring some strategies to reduce their dependency from the SAA group. And then this is the reflection over the past 4 years, in terms of the performance planning. The annual report were not prepared for the 4 years under the audit. The entity was on business rescue, hence the shareholders compact was not prepared for 21, 22 financial year, which means that there were no formalized key performance areas with the executive authority. And then subsequent to the business rescue, subsequent to the business rescue, there was an anticipation that the entity will be sold, and that's why the shareholders compact was not agreed with the minister. So they had what we call a performance contract with the minister, and one of the key conditions in the performance contract with the minister then was to restart the entity. So in 2023 financial year, we did not see any such kind of agreement, which means that the shareholders compact needed to have been there. But subsequent to that, the years after, we are able to confirm that the shareholders compact have been concluded, but the audits of those, they are still under review. So we are not able to review the performance against the predetermined objectives. And then the tables there, they just reflect some of the non-compliance that we had picked up under each and various compliance subject matter section. I'm not gonna dwell much on them. I'll touch the ones on the procurement and contract management. What we have noted during the year under the audit is that we're not able to get evidence that all contracts and conditions were awarded in terms of the prescribed legislation. And also we have noted that there was a situation whereby we are unable to confirm whether the fair procurement processes were followed in terms of award of the tenders. And then the
Sorry,
other...
may I ask just for clarity? So where there's a tick, does it mean you agree with the statement, or does it mean the standard was so when there's a tick, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. Does that mean yes, that's the case, or?
Yes, correct.
That's what it means. So where it's blank, it means the statement is then not true.
Yes.
Okay. No, I just wanted to be. I wanted to be certain. Okay.
Through Chair, just to indicate, it means a finding was identified in that year with the tick.
No, no, I get that. So where there is no tick, it merely means that no such finding was made in that year. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yeah, so yes, as Formland have noted, so under the consequence management, you see that the actions were not actually taken against the officials who had incurred irregular and fruitless expenditure, and that is applicable throughout the 4 years. And also, we could not get the sufficient audit evidence that the investigations were conducted against the allegations of the financial misconduct committed by the officials, and that is applicable for the 4 years. And then going down under the expenditure management, we noted that the steps were not taken to prevent irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the 4 years in question. And then on the reflection of the irregular expenditure, we struggled with obtaining necessary information in terms of auditing the numbers that management have put there in terms of the irregular expenditure, as there were no appropriate records in place for us to obtain the sufficient audit evidence. And we see that the regular expenditure for the period when we audited in 2017-18, the regular expenditure was 22 billion, and then in 2022 it was 44.5 billion, which means the increase of 22.4 billion over the period of time. And then in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it increased from the 24.8 million to 207 million. So it was a huge jump. So from our side, we were not able to test whether the regular expenditure notes were actually complete, as management did not have proper record keeping to ensure that there is a complete and relevant and accurate information. And also they did not implement processes to identify and quantify regular expenditure as well as the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So the conclusions, I've already talked to this. I'll go straight to the recommendations. So we've made the recommendation to management and accounting authority, of which the status of those will be determined by the audits that we are currently busy with. So these are some of the recommendations that we have made to them. The board and management should persist with the efforts to stabilize the governance and internal capacity, because in the implementation of the business plan will require a stable organization with full governance structure supported by adequate skills. And then also we requested the board the accounting authority to fill key executive leadership vacancies with the necessary skills and experienced individuals. So if you can look at now, currently the CFO and also the CEO, they are on interim basis, and also even the other key officials within the SAA. And we also requested that management must ensure that the officials within who are responsible for financial statements and SEMs are properly trained. And this department should be capacitated with the experienced and qualified staff. And then we requested the executive leadership must ensure that adequate and realistic action plans are implemented to address the identified internal and also external audit findings. The ARC and the board must ensure that action plans are properly interrogated and ensure that management is held accountable for those performances. And the policies and the procedures that are there in place to drive the financials and record function must be reviewed and updated with what they've changed ever since, so that these policies and the procedures need to respond to the risk that we have identified through the internal audit and internal and also the external audit findings, and the ARC and the board to ensure that mechanisms are put in place to monitor the implementation of this. And the board and management must ensure that there is a strict consequence management practices, as we have noted that the culture that is ingrained in the culture of SAA that the consequence management is not actually implemented. This is supported by some of the findings that we have reported on under the expenditure management. And then there must also be ensure that the IT governance structures are correctly positioned to allow for robust oversight and effective implementation of the IT strategy on the overall organization. And the board must ensure that the internal audit is sufficiently capacitated to perform an audit in the problematic areas. As I've noted earlier on, we have noted that the internal audit have been capacitated, and now it's just for us to go and assess whether some of the things that we have recommended them are actually implementable. And then in terms of the executive authority, what we have requested to him, we requested him to ensure that he must mandate and support the board to establish appropriate governance structures with stable executive management to stabilize the operation and to grow the entity in the best interest of the shareholder. And also follow up and ensure that the business expansion plan is fully implemented. Hold the accounting authority accountable for the clear plans for implementation and continuous monitoring of the implementation of the audit plans to improve the audit outcome, and to continue to drive with the board to improve performance and achievement of plans targets in the shareholders compact, and also hold the board accountable for the submission of the outstanding financial statements. So this was discussed with the previous executive authority under the DPE. Now the entity have been moved to the Department of Transport. We're still gonna engage the executive authorities, and then to the committee. We will SCOPA, we request you to monitor and follow up on the board and executive authority on the agent need to finalize and implement the SOC reforms, and failure to submit the financial statement is a contravention of the Company Act and obstruct the accountability and the oversight processes. So we need the committee to take the decisive actions to ensure that the entities that fail to submit financial statements are actually accountable for that. And then also to require you to have a close monitoring and attention to address the challenges that may pose on the business expansion plan. Over to you, Fundan.
Thank you, Tato. Chair and honorable members, I think for us the message here is that we have an entity that is out of business rescue. The entity is operating, and the entity is slowly implementing the expansion plans that have been defined from the business process. However, as part of the key message that we are putting here on the previous slide, the funding for that expansion plan you need a bit of certainty around the SOE reforms. Part of the reforms that were announced by the government the previous years was that there was going to be certainty around the funding criteria for SOEs. And the reason for that is because SOEs, they also have got a development mandate. There needs to be a decision that says who and how that development needs to be funded for SOEs to remain sustainable. So in the absence of a clear funding criteria, you have got an uncertainty. That's why if you look at the earlier number that Tato showed, there was indicated that currently there are no long-term loans as SAA, because the entity does not have a guarantee, so it can't go out in the market and get loans. So it's reliant on the little money that they are generating from their operation. They must find ways of making that they pay for the current operations and also for the expansion plan. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, AG's team. I have a few questions, but I'm going to give the members a chance to cover me so that I don't need to ask them. The questions the hands went up. Honorable Blose was first, Honorable Atkinson was second, Honorable Neil May, you are third, Honorable Skosana and Honorable Madlal. So can I, we're not many today, So can I just ask that there was something we did in the health, to the health committee. We were very concise there, and Honorable Prasa showed leadership that day. So I'm looking so that we can have several rounds. So I've given Honorable Member. Would you like to? Okay, all right. Okay, let's go.
No, thanks, Chair. I was just trying to gather my thoughts here. Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Greeting to the team, greeting to fellow members. Yeah, I know today I'm not providing leadership, Chair. I'm tired of leading this committee. Yeah, no, look, Chair, I think I find it very amusing that we are getting a report on the almost collapse or systematic collapse of the South African Airways. And we are actually burying the person who was responsible for that this week. So if it was possible, I was going to propose that this report must be flighted there in his funeral, because this is his legacy. This is how we're going to remember him as a country, as a man who was at the center of collapsing SAA. You know, Chair, maybe as a question to the team when they respond, because I'm interested in the audit outcome of the entity for the year 2016-2017. Because you start us off here on 2017-2018, and then you say it's a regression. So that's where the problem starts. And if we look at history, Pravin Gordhan comes into SAA in February 2018, being deployed by Cyril Ramaphosa. So, you know, the plan to collapse the entity had started at that time. Because if you look at here, you guys tell us that at that financial year, there was not the audit was not completed. So the audit was not concluded in his arrival. So he just arrives. And then you guys can't conclude the audit for the entity. And then immediately the next year, you guys are removed from doing the audit, so the audit is halted, and then the entity goes to business risk. So I'm giving that history so that we are able to understand that this was a systematic way to collapse this entity. And we need to have that understanding so that we know that it was deliberate. SAA was not inherently like this. So now maybe as a direct question, Chair, or maybe a last one. Look at also the table on slide 21 in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. How that thing just balloons. I mean, it's ridiculous, Chair, that 2017, 2018, you are sitting at 24 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. 4 years later, you are at 207. It's ridiculous. So they wanted to sell SAA. And okay, a direct question. We know in 2022 that we read in the news that the entity was being sold for 51 rand. I didn't see that here in the report. What was the logic around that? And what was happening at that time? And also the status of the board. I don't know if this is within your jurisdiction, but you did highlight that there are certain vacancies. How many vacancies are there? How many interim people are serving there? Because when the minister comes, it's one of the things that I think, Chair, we need to address with him. So say, let him go and fill up the vacancies at SAA. He must appoint permanent people. And we must get rid of anything there that smells like Pravin Gordhan. So I don't know if Derek Hennekom is still there. He's one of the people we must start by removing so that we can revive this entity. And then lastly, Chair, I heard now that Mango is, there's no prospect of reviving Mango at all. I think that's what you started with. And Mango, you know, was that type of airline that really gave the ability for our people to be able to fly, because flights are very expensive. And Mango was somehow that airline that actually gave an opportunity for our people to actually afford affordable flights. So really, what has been the impact of that, especially looking that now that flights are expensive and all of that, and then what is then the proposal, or what then should happen since we can't revive Mango? Is there anything that we are then proposing that is alternative to that, or we're just saying it's a lost cause? We can't do anything surrounding that. I think I'll end there, Chair, and then if we're able to get a second bite, I'll come back. Thank you.
Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, last week, Minister Creasy was here and spoke about Transnet being a victim of state capture. And I think South African Airways is probably the prime example of that, where they had a CEO it seemed that her task was basically to loot the airline on behalf of the people that were behind her. So I think a lot of the issues that turned South African Airways from being a world-class airline into the very, very small airline it is today, obviously was incredibly bad management during the last decade, and one that actually wasn't there to help grow the airline, but rather to try and extract as much as was possible from the airline. So it's a very difficult task, obviously, that we're facing now, because basically we've got to recreate an airline. We've basically got to recreate South African Airways from the 6 or 7 aircraft and the few routes that we run. So I see in the presentation that we speak about the fact that it's important to have skilled and experienced people in place. Now, I'd like us to define that a little bit closer. When we talk about skilled and experienced, are we just saying that we've got good accountants or good lawyers? Or do we have any people in there who actually have proper aviation industry experience? Because my thought is that if we're going to have to recreate an airline, basically, that we do need some of the best airline brains we can get into the airline to do that, because else we just don't stand a chance. Because if it's just really that we've got good lawyers and accountants, I don't think by having I think by people having certain specialist skills that we are lacking someone that can actually help us to build an airline. Just following on from my colleague, I do find it strange that Mango seems to have no prospect of future survival. I mean, if we look around the world, some of the most successful airlines at the moment are people like EasyJet and Ryanair and Southwestern America and everything, and they're all low-cost airlines. And as my colleague said, there's a very definite market in South Africa for Mango, and we can see it. I mean, it's probably one of the reasons why it would be difficult to get Mango restarted is that has now been filled by SAF Air. So in almost every respect, just about all of South African Airways' business has either been taken over on the low-cost side by SAF Air, and who also have now already become the domestic carrier, and by Airlink, and obviously by the big international carriers like Emirates, who are carrying all our international passengers as well. So my issue would be, have we just completely written off the idea of getting Mango restarted? Is that just something that's gone? And then the other question is about aeroplanes. I saw that we had leases for 44, and that was reduced to 6. Now my question is, how does that place us going forward with aircraft leases, lessors rather? You know, if we're paying out 9 cents in the rand, who would want to touch us in future? You know, I mean, if South African Airways goes knocking on the door and they want to lease another 20 aircraft, who will deal with us? I know that there are a lot of airlines run into financial difficulties, and quite often there are settlements that are paid out. But I'm just wondering, with the track record we have now, as to how much sympathy you would get from the market, basically. And then the other question I wanted to ask as well was, I know flying our international routes, we've got 2 Airbus A330s and 1 Airbus A340. Whenever I take off from Johannesburg, I see a number of Airbus A340s around the back that seem to be completely unused. And I was just wondering whether there's actually any intention of bringing those back into service to help us expand our international services. And then maybe just to finish off, and I know it's not really the place of the Auditor-General, but maybe for the people from SAA, what are the plans going forward? Thanks.
Honorable Neil May.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to Team AG. Chairperson, firstly, I just want to say, put on record that I don't think I agree with my colleague here about the false narrative that he's put forward about Minister Pravin Gordhan. I think that is totally, absolutely uncalled for. There was a board of directors there. There was a CEO, who, Dudu Mayeni, who was a law unto herself, drove South African Airways into the ground, declared a delinquent director, allegations of intimidation, fraud, money laundering, corruption. And then you must take over an entity like that and get blamed for it. I don't think that's rare. So then looking back at the history, let's go and look at, so I mean, that is the kind of entity that was inherited. With the presentation here today, my question is, because there have been other questions, so I'm not going to repeat. I'm interested in the repatriation of the funds in foreign jurisdictions. That is, how much is out there? Have we managed to get it? That is what I was very interested in. The other area was, in your opinion, did the business rescue, did they do a good job? I'm using simple terms. In your opinion, because if they are saying that this entity is now able to operate, yet the first thing that they did was, there were the staff that were there in the financial aspects. Surely they would have kept the financial officials that had that info and would be able to continue, because that's the most important thing, is getting those systems right. And that was not done. There was no action plan to resolve the prior year qualifications. The internal controls regressed, which is what you've actually said, and the supply chain non-compliance. So those were those were just the questions that I was interested in. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Nilmay. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And good morning to all colleagues and the team from the AG and all other stakeholders present. Yeah, no, we appreciate the presentation from the AG. I think it's going to assist us a lot moving forward as we deal with matters that relate to the SAA. Yeah, just before coming to my own issues that I want to raise, which are very few, yeah, I just want to make an appeal to members that we've got to be very humane and sensitive, especially when we discuss matters that relate to somebody who has just passed on, whom his family is still mourning and grieving. I know that we are all entitled to our own views as far as different matters are concerned, but I don't think it's humane or it's sensitive to, say what Honorable Bloss has said, that this report should be flighted at Mr. Gordhan's funeral and something like that. I don't think that is proper and sensitive and humane. So we've got to be very cautious, especially as members of Parliament. And also, we know that our rules don't allow us to refer to members just by their names without saying Mr. or Miss or Honorable, including the President. We can't just say Cyril Ramaphosa without saying the President or the Honorable President, or at the very least to say Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Our rules don't allow. So, well, I just did not want to raise an order because avoiding to stifle the debate. Yeah.
No,
So
I,
we
I
just
am
have to be
actually going to
sensitive.
talk to these matters. I wanted to,
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
but thank you.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
proceeding
talk to
now.
the various matters just now.
Okay. Yeah, well, one, I think it has been presented here that at some point SAA was not audited by the AG, but it was audited by a private auditor. So I'm just interested to know as to what was the reason from what you got as the Auditor-General. I know that in terms of the law is permissible, but taking into account that this is it's a state-owned entity, how did it happen that a state-owned entity is then privately audited, is not audited by the Auditor-General? I'm just interested to know that. Number two, I see that in 2017-18, SAA received a qualified audit opinion, which is not a good audit opinion, obviously. But then from there, it regressed to disclaimer. And it got disclaimers for 4 consecutive years. That period, it also included the period when the entity was under business rescue. So I'm interested to know from the point of view of the AG, do you think the business rescue activity assisted the SAA if SAA continues to receive a disclaimer audit opinion when it is under business rescue? And we are saying that currently SAA is having 0 loans, obviously because of his track record and all that, but also we are indicating that he's battling to survive with the money that they are generating. So how is it going to survive if they are battling with what they are raising, but also they can't access loans from lenders? How is this entity going to survive moving forward? The last point is with regards to the issue of lack of evidence in relation to consequence management on staff members who did not comply with legislations. What is the response from the management and the board when you talk with them in relation to that? What are their responses in relation to the lack of consequence management? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosan. Honorable Madlal.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to honorable members and to the delegation. I just want to make a few comments, and I think noting the fact that this report is for up to 2022, and the board, there's an interim board appointed in 2023, and the audit report for 2022-2023 is not before us. So some of the issues may have been overtaken by events if the new board or the interim board has implemented any of the recommendations. But maybe to start with would be to try and speak to what I think we're dealing with. You know, everywhere, anywhere, capitalism operates by creating crisis and coming up with solutions to that crisis, which are generally not to the benefit of our people. This is a very critical institution or entity to the population of this country, which is handled by the board and the relevant people on behalf of the people. If you look at it, it's deliberately a cash cow kind of an institution for certain individuals. The reference would be that page 21, which Honorable Blossa spoke to. You know, it just tells you the depth of the deliberate expropriation or the deliberate, misuse of funds in this entity. The business rescue process, for me, my concern was that I could not pick up what was the strategy to ensure that the business is viable from its core business. Besides reducing the number of staff and selling off, particular aircraft, but from its core business, what is the viability? And considering the fact that for the 4 years that is referred to, the situation has worsened in terms of internal controls, in terms of putting in place functional processes, obviously noting that this may have been overtaken by events, like I said earlier, if the board has done anything about these recommendations or the recommendations that were made at the time. The issue of consequence management also becomes another concern. I think one of the colleagues has raised it. If you look at the slide 20, that for me was a serious concern because you look at the findings that were made during that period. There was literally no consequence management for over 4 consecutive financial years. There was, no steps to prevent fruitful or wasteful expenditure for the entire period as well. It's quite a number of issues, and I think that I'm quite interested in the engagement with the board or in the report for 2022-23 and 23-24. If we've got an institution that goes on for years consistently without taking into cognizance, action plans in response to the audit findings, and what is then the recourse of government or the executive in terms of dealing with that. These are some of the issues that I think, Chair, it will help us to, because I hear that in the report we are told that the financials would be received by the end of September, already somewhere in mid-September. So hopefully we'll have another engagement on these issues sometime very soon. Yeah, I wanted to just raise those few issues for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, thank you. And before, I've got some comments of my own for the AG team, but I just want to talk to the honorable members in general. So I think, and honorable Plus as well, specifically, and that is one of the, and I'm sharing an insight about myself here, is that I believe that it is possible to hold people accountable and still be respectful to them, or to disagree vehemently and still be respectful. That's the first thing. The second thing is one of the dilemmas we face, often I face in how I try and present a program for the members to be able to do their work effectively. It's precisely this kind of thing that we're dealing with today, which is how far back do you go? And I actually specifically asked the Transnet team last week to go back more than a decade deliberately, because inadvertently sometimes in the telling of the story, there are facts for which we may not have regard on the record, at least in this conversation. And therefore we may reach conclusions which are not borne out by the facts. And my concern with that is that we may end up, in at least as information that we share with the public, not being entirely accurate. I've been interacting with SAA for a very long time in different capacities. That entity has been in financial distress for nearly 15 years. In 2015, the then Director General of the Treasury, Lungisa Fuzile, wrote a letter to the Chief Financial Officer of SAA. And I actually fetched my laptop because I have the letter. And it pertained to a decision to, and I'm just using this for illustrative purposes, why this is important. And the letter pertained to a decision to purchase aircraft from a local supplier. And no one in South Africa produces aircraft, not commercial aircraft, nobody. Which means SAA, somebody would purchase the aircraft from France, it was, and then SAA would purchase the aircraft from that person, and therefore it would qualify as local procurement. The DG of the Treasury wrote to the Chief Financial Officer, pointing to sections of the PFMA which did not allow SAA to do this, and stating that the entity would be in serious financial distress if that were to happen. And so began the battle. And SAA at the time was under the Department of Public Enterprises. It was subsequently removed from the Department of Public Enterprises and was overseen by the Department of Finance. There is also a history to how the Auditor-General wasn't auditing SAA and certain entities at the time, which were canvassed at length in the Commission on State Capture. And that these were consolidated under a particular entity to achieve scale and so on, but part of it was certain outcomes would be guaranteed audit outcomes, which is how the Auditor-General eventually comes to be auditing SAA. And it's unfair to ask the AG to account for a period where the AG was not involved. What we may need to do is to then ask South African Airways and certain individuals then who were involved to come and present the facts to this committee, because I do not want us to mislead the public. Otherwise, the 48 billion rand that begins, I'm not sure which year, is nothing compared to how much has been paid over the years to SAA. It's nothing. The amount in sum is bigger than 48 billion. That's just the period that we're covering. I also want to say that there was a moment, in my experience, because I worked for a commercial bank, where the country nearly went into cross default because SAA could not meet its financial obligations. One of the overseas entities was demanding payment immediately, and the payment was about 3.5 billion rand, and SAA didn't have it. And eventually one of the banks paid the other institution that money, which amounted to reckless lending. I think, and I'm providing this background because it's important, when the AG's report talks about an inability to lend to SAA, it's because financial institutions deemed it to be the level of reckless lending that could get the directors arrested if they did. So I just want to ask colleagues that we try and hold people accountable, be robust, but we also have regard for, I think for certain circumstances. Minister Gordhan has just died, Honorable Prasa. I've had a few explosive arguments with him, but this is not the time for me to litigate those issues. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't want to get into this conversation about rules. I think let's try and set a certain way of dealing with issues which is robust, but we self-police as far as possible so that we can have a conversation. So, AG's team, I've got some questions, and I'll draw them by way of conclusions from your presentation. And you tell me if I'm correct. There is a way the conclusions, I'll start with your conclusions and then go to mine. There is a way the conclusions are written, which I would say is kind. But the actual assessment is robust and we need to surface it. What you are saying, if I understand you correctly, is that SAA is in the doldrums. It's on care and maintenance. It has come out of business rescue and it is a going concern. However, it is unable to really move because it does not have the capital that it needs to grow. And that is the first conclusion I'm hearing. The second conclusion I'm hearing, which is related to that, is because there are certain subsidiary entities which depend mostly on SAA's business for their own growth, for their own viability and growth, such as SAA Technical and so on, is that they themselves are in the doldrums, if I understand correctly. And so until the matters at SAA are resolved, in other words, there is funding for a growth strategy, for the growth strategy they've got in place, they themselves, whatever they do, they are stuck. So that's the second conclusion I reach. The third conclusion I reach is that you are trying to be polite and not say that the management at SAA is not fit for the task. If it was up to you, you would get three things at SAA. You would get a robust growth strategy approved, you would get the right management in place, and you would secure capital for SAA to fund its growth strategy, so that SAA's subsidiary entities may also begin to have a future. So those are some of the conclusions I draw from your own conclusions. Please tell me if I've said anything that is inaccurate. You can still put it in your own words, but I want you to tell me if I am being inaccurate in what I've said. Recognizing that there are some answers which are for the minister. That is why the minister is going to come and sit on that chair on her own. Without SAA, without anybody, without, you guys can sit at the back. But if there is a question for you, then we will ask you that question. But the point I'm making is some of these are policy questions which must be answered. But I would like us to get to a point where we really concise about our conclusions, right? So that's what I draw from your conclusions. Let me then go to my reading of the presentation itself. And please tell me if I'm wrong. So when you perform an audit, the audit tells a story that does not begin at the moment when you arrive. So what I'd like to tell you in your answer to the committee is who was auditing SAA before the AG came in. So the terminology on the slide says AG took back the audit. If you know it, you don't need to answer the question now. If you need to WhatsApp someone and ask them, you can do that and deal with it later. But when did AG stop auditing initially? Who took over? And when the AG came back, what did you find having developed in the intervening period when you were not there? In other words, I was here, I left, I came back, this is what I find when I leave. Because it might help us to clear up some of the issues of fact which may be in dispute. And then I think that simple information may be useful. The other question I want to ask you to answer is, absent of assistance from the government, in your assessment, given that SAA is a commercial entity and what you want, and I'd like you to go to the slide that deals with funding for working capital requirements. You remember that slide, so let's go to it. There you go. So 2017-18, funding for working capital and debt repayment. Debts incurred historically, right? So SAA in 2017-18, SAA is unable to meet debt and other working capital requirements because of prior decisions to 2017-2018. I'm assuming that's what would mean. You don't suddenly need 10 billion today because you did something yesterday. a situation develops over time, which lands you in 2017, 2018 at a requirement of 10 billion rand. So I'm assuming that gets appropriated in the 2017, 2018 budget, which tells me the funding request would have been prepared in 2016, having seen what happened in 2015 and earlier. 2018, 2019 is funding for working capital. And the working capital shortfall means I'm simply unable to put fuel on the planes and so on so that they can fly, right? In 2019, working capital and debt repayment. 2020, 21, now that funding was for the business rescue plan. So tell me if I'm wrong. So due to decisions taken prior to 2017, 2018, and the Treasury supplying 20 billion rand over 3 financial years, eventually by 2020, 2021, there is still a hole of 20.9 billion or more. But at that point, the government says, we can't do this anymore. This thing needs to go into business rescue. It's going to plug the hole, and then this thing goes into business rescue. That's what I'm reading. And then 4.3 billion funding for the business rescue plan, and then in brackets, it says the receivership. In your presentation, you said the liabilities went into a receivership, right? I'd like you to deal with what that means. So that money goes towards paying the liabilities. And I'm assuming in there are commitments to financial institutions, because the other creditors had to accept 7 cents to the rand. Am I correct? Something thereabouts. If I'm wrong, correct me. And finally, 2.6 billion 2022, 2023. So I just want, so let me leave it there and give you an opportunity to deal with the matters. But I'd like you to tell me if any of my statements are wrong, and maybe we might get some clarity, but also by way of getting to questions for the minister and the government.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. Thank you for the kind questions and the robust questions in the same vein. So I'll start off with a couple of admin-related questions. So for one, the honorable member, through you, honorable Chairperson, I think when the colleague was presenting the outcomes, he sort of said there's a regression, but then he corrected himself to say, no, he meant the regression from 17-18 that then resulted in the disclaimer. But just for the purpose of the record, the previous year, the year the honorable member inquired about, there was also a qualified audit outcome, 16-17, and the auditors in that particular year were also the office of the AG, so just for the purpose of the record. And then, Chair, I think you were also quite kind. A number of the questions we received were also, I think, which the management of the department would be best placed to also respond. Such, for example, as, what's the next plan? From our point of view, the what next hinges significantly on the successful implementation of the recommendations that we would have advanced, dealing with the governance issues, dealing with implementation of proper systems of internal control to stop any wastages or leakages as far as it's reported in terms of the fruitless and wasteful, the irregular expenditure, implementation of controls, stabilizing leadership, stabilizing management. So those are the recommendations from our point of view, at least. But the rest of the what next in terms of the game plan, we do agree. And I think also, insofar as it relates to operational and strategic management decisions, such as which, fleet to bring back or not bring back, I think management would be best placed to assist the committee in providing those responses. But in our audits, if we do have any other insights that we are, that we've detected, the colleagues can then share those with the honorable members. And then, Chair, I think you've also covered us largely in terms of the reasons why the Office of the AG did not conduct the audit of some of the key SOEs for a number of years. AG has spoken about that quite extensively in various public platforms, but just for the purpose and the benefit of the member and for the purpose of the record. So obviously with the advent of the Public Audit Act that came in about 2004-05, certain decisions were made as we're building up and bolstering up the capacity of the institution. So we then took over those audits or started taking back some of the SOE audits. To date, we are actually now doing about 17 or so of the 19 SOEs even in the process of taking back ESCOM, but those are just the reasons, just to make sure that we're building up our capacity and building up our muscle to be able to conduct these audits. And again, some of these audits were also spurred on, or the decisions to take them back were also spurred on by some of the governance failures that were being observed in the space, and we gradually moved closer as we're building up capacity and trying to also respond to some of the risks that were identified. But I thought, let me just put that in for the purpose of the record as well. And then, Honorable Chair, my members, okay, you want to jump in, Honorable Chair? Okay. My colleagues will then also assist us with some of the more technical questions. I think the board, there was one about lack of evidence on the consequence management, but the board would also be best placed, because we've reported how it works is we will report non-compliance or transgressions with the legislation, being the incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditure. And then the law then requires of the accounting authority or the accounting officers to then go and institute investigations, determine proper root cause analysis, and then also then implement corrective action. So we usually provide at least a couple of months to a year for the processes to unfold, and we would then raise the issue of lack of consequences after having given management sufficient opportunity to then respond to those. So by the time we come here and we say lack of consequences, it therefore also infers that we would have provided management with sufficient opportunity to then execute and follow up on these responsibilities as required by the PFMA. But the colleagues will also just provide a little bit more context in terms of that. Chair, I'm then going to hand over to Fumelani, who will deal with, and Tatu will assist us with some of the more detailed questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andres. I think Chair and Andres made our job very easy. Your summation, Chair, is helped us a lot in terms of how best do we support the committee in terms of closing on some of the questions that have been asked. Let me start, Chair, with the question around the viability of Mango. When we said the chances of the prospect of survival. So the recommendation from the business review process was that there need to be a capital injection in Mango for them to survive. And at the time when the government has made a decision that they're not capable to fund these SOEs going forward, including SAA and the subsidiaries, then the decision that was made to say, then the only viable thing will be for Mango to get a private investor, to get an investor or a strategic partner. And that is where things will, have been at that point to say, do they sell Mango or what do they do? That is the process that has been unfolding. I think Tato can clarify in terms of when he answered that, in terms of currently what is the status of that process is. So when we say prospect, we're talking about in the absence of that investment that needs to come from a shareholder or the strategic equity partner, the Mango cannot survive. Then, did the business rescue do a good job? Unfortunately, and Chair and honorable members, we don't do an assessment in terms of did the business practitioners perform all things. They are hired or they are appointed to rescue an entity. And for us, what we saw that the entity is alive right now with conditions of what needs to be done going forward, and those conditions are put in the business plan. That is where the part around your summation, Chair, around the capital that is needed going forward. The business plan did a quantification in terms of how much is needed for this company to go forward. The plans from government was that the government is going to go and fund the receivership, which is the past creditors and past loans or past liabilities of the entity, but they are going to enter into a strategic equity partnership with a shareholder who's going to bring in capital injection to the company, but then later on cancelled last year. So now we're in the point where we are right now. There's no certainty in terms of where will that capital investment come from, because it does the business plan. It was a plan that there will be that capital injection that will come to fund the expansion while government has taken care of the past debt. But I just want to make sure that and then still on your summations, Chair, the question, the summation around the subsidiary reliance on SAA is spot on. I don't want to rephrase that one. That is correct. Are we being polite by management's fitness? No. Chair.
Am I
Chair,
putting you in a difficult position here? If I am, say so.
I need to clarify that, Chair, because we don't want the records to say, okay, Chair made a statement and then it was not, AG didn't correct that. Chair, ours is to say we have audited and these are the audit outcomes. What are the root causes for those things? And we have indicated that there are issues of skills, specifically around financial management. Those ones we have indicated. And those we have noted that because during the BR process, the focus, there was no focus in terms of, let me first define what are the core skills that this company need, including operational skills and finance skills. Let me retain them before I do the Section 189 offers. That's where core skills were lost. And it also led to, it's also one of the root causes to the disclaimer, because if you see before the BR process, it was qualified. BR process come in, becomes a disclaimer. Why? The people with knowledge of the systems and the process and records of SAA, they left the company. Now, one of the biggest things that we experienced when we were auditing was that the time it took for SAA to retrieve information when we were doing the request for information, it was too long. Some of them, they couldn't retrieve them because they didn't know where the records are. People with knowledge of that left the company. So that is the impact that from an audit point of view that we have. So we don't have an assessment of where, we didn't do a fit for purpose assessment for management. And then, I think I've touched on the last one regarding the financial support, the pattern support, financial support. Let me know if I didn't cover it correctly.
No, so I think more specifically was this, and I'm saying this recognizing that this, you need to still finalize this audit, right, and come back to the committee. So I'm talking about the period under review. And in that period under review, and this is the story that evolves from this presentation, that there is a long history of bailouts, of capital injections, let me put it like that, either for working capital purposes or, let me say, to fund operations or to repay financial institutions for money that has been lent to SAA, which says to me, for many years, the entity was borrowing money from the market, sometimes with the support of the government, and that money was not going into good use, in that it could not, or let me say, and those funds could not produce the revenue outcomes that it should have, such that the entity could then service its own obligations on an ongoing basis. That's the story that I am reading. And eventually by 2017, the government had to pay 10, 15, 5.5 billion, 20 billion, and so on. And this thing looked like a hole that they couldn't. The specific conclusion I was reaching is that, and maybe to clarify it, is that and your answer was useful, the government decides that it does not want to give any more money on its own to SAA, following the business rescue process, into which it paid 21, 25, nearly 30 billion into the business rescue and post-business rescue, nearly 30 billion rand. It decides it does not have the money anymore, or it won't commit the funds anymore. And they are going to look for an equity partner. In other words, let's get someone else who can inject their own money into this thing. That has not happened. And as a consequence, we face two choices. This parliament needs to make a decision together with the government to find money somewhere from the public funds to fund that growth strategy, or it needs to come from somewhere. I think that's the story, right? The nodding won't appear on Hansard, so I need you to say. Yeah, so now I'm asking.
Yeah, I think the story is correct, Chair. In terms of then what decisions need to be made, I think they'll be informed by when SAA comes here, when the minister comes here. They will be they'll have the most reliable answer in terms of, now that we are here, what are their plans? Thank you. I just want to check. Okay.
I wanted to say, complete the,
Yeah,
the-
thank you. I'll hand over to Tato and then to Lu to close on the questions.
For me, I just wanted to provide more update on the Mango Business Rescue. I'm not sure about the date specifically, but the recollection is that at some point, Mango BRP practitioner concluded that he's gonna sell a Mango to a private equity holder. And the minister then did not agree with the direction that the business rescue practitioner had to take, and the BRP practitioner ended up taking the minister to court, whereby the court declared that the BRP practitioner can continue with the sale of Mango, as the Section 54 application was not approved. That is the sale of that, it is still pending based on the last engagement that I had with the BRP practitioner. So it's still in progress. And then
sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question? So you are saying, just switch off your mic. Yeah. So you are saying that the business rescue practitioner took a decision that the entity needs to be, it needs to be acquired by someone else, basically, right? And I need to just get the terminology. So it's not being liquidated or something, it's being sold. So it's not being liquidated, it's being sold. The minister disagrees with that outcome. The matter goes to court, and the court sides with whom? So the court sides with the business rescue practitioner to say the entity should be sold. I just want to make sure that that fact is correct. Okay.
Let me clarify. The point that went to court was the provision of the PFMA that says when you are making a Section 54 application, just to clarify, the PFMA has got limits in terms of the board or people in charge of the entity, what decision can they make, and up to which limits that then it goes to the minister. This one is one of them. We are disposing of a subsidiary. It needed to go to the minister. And then when that application was made, the minister took time to respond. And then the practitioner applied Section 54 that says if it's not responded within 30 days, 30 days, yeah, 30 days, then you can be deemed as approval. That is the matter that went to the court, that technicality. It was not that the court was agreeing that the matter, the entity can be sold. It was that technicality.
Okay, so what you're saying is the business rescue practitioner, in compliance with Section 54 of the Public Finance Management Act, informs the minister that this is the step that the business rescue practitioner, in their, and I'll come to you, Honorable Atkinson, in their view, the step that needs to be taken. The minister does not respond. The 30 days expires, and one of the things we will then ask the minister, if you don't know, is how long was that period and the reasons for why it took so long. In the absence of an answer from the minister to say yes or no, the business rescue practitioner then says, I'm proceeding, right? What I need to know is what then goes to court. What is the dispute in court? It's whether the business rescue practitioner can still go ahead, notwithstanding the minister's late objection. Was that the...
Yes, that was exactly.
Okay, so the minister objects late. After the expiry of the 30 days, then the matter goes to court, and the court says the business rescue practitioner should proceed. Right? However, we still haven't proceeded. Am I correct?
based on the latest information.
On the latest
that I
information you
yes,
have,
I
we
will-
still haven't proceeded, notwithstanding. Okay, no, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, Honorable Atkinson, does this relate specifically to this?
No, it's actually a general question. Am I correct in understanding there actually are people from South African Airways here today? Or is it only the Auditor-General's office? I seem to hear in the introductions that there were people from SAA.
No. So in the AG's team, remember we're discussing SAA and Prasa today. So in the team, so the team that's speaking deals with SAA. When we chased them away just now, the rest of the team from that deals with Prasa from the AG's office. We'll then talk about the AG's office. There's nobody from SAA. So if you remember in my note, I said we need to have these conversations and we need to get the minister here on her own to then deal with some of these questions that arise from this conversation.
You don't think we should actually get people from SAA as well?
We can have that discussion, Honorable Member, but there are questions of policy and executive decision making that the minister needs to inform the committee about, which are beyond the AG's purview.
Yes, and then the other part it was with regards to the lack of consequence management. There are various investigations that are done on high-profile related matters, like the state capture cases, and also those ones that were referred to earlier on by the team when they were posing questions. But we see that there are other transgressions that are noted as part of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditures, that they are actually the entities not investigating those particular matters. So some of the things posed to the engagement that we had, management would have taken some of the actions, and we are still to be assessing that in the 2023 financial and also the 2024. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Last one, yeah.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I'll be responding to the questions primarily on the board vacancies, as well as just expanding from what Fumlan has indicated with regards to the assessment of the deficiency with the skilled management at SAA. So when we look into the board composition, so at the point in time when the board members were appointed, they were put for interim positions, primarily to deal with the transitioning that was going to then ultimately CSA being having a majority private shareholder. So post that deal then not being successful, the board members are still within the organization, still occupying the interim positions. We do understand that they are in conversations to then have these solidified so that it can then be also to enhance in their strategic outcome in terms of what they want to see the entity be. Then with regards to the question that was also asked around when looking into the skills capacity over and above, just from a financial point of view and other professional services point of view, it is indeed correct that the other issue that has been identified is with regards to that, in as much as we have financial statements that will be put on the table, then what needs to be reflected is the daily disciplines in terms of whether are they effective to ensure that what gets produced as financial statements is credible and can be relied upon. And with the exit of the number of employees from SAA, there was exit of skills that are very much critical to the business, such as those of aviation, such as those of aircraft component support, and as well treasury functions. So those are areas that will be very important for the entity to find itself at least being able to produce credible financial information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to know if there, give another opportunity for follow-up questions. Honorable Blosse, Honorable Neil May, Honorable Member, Honorable Skosana, you're enough. You're enough. Honorable for now. Honorable Atkinson, Honorable Matlala. Okay, thank you. Yes, no, they must come back here. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Not to be long because we still have Prasa to deal with. Not really a follow-up, but maybe just a few comments. Thank you, by the way, to the team for the comprehensive reports. And you know, Chair, I heard you in your address. Some of the issues are not really disrespect; they're just a matter of fact. So, but we're not going to get into that argument. I tried by all means to be respectful to the committee. So to say Honorable Praveen has died is not disrespectful. We are burying him and this is his legacy, Chair. And we're not saying it's because he's dead. We've been saying that Praveen was in the sense of destabilizing SAA. So there are a few recommendations that are made here by the AG. And I think, Chair, we might need to develop a program in terms of how we're going to do this. Monitor and follow up on the board executive authority. You know, they are crying about the failure to submit financial statements. And we've always said this, as a committee, I think when we're starting our work, to say, how do you let an institution year one, they don't submit year two, and there's no follow-up? So I think maybe in part of our program, we need to have a program to say, how then do we monitor, so that we're able to keep the dysfunctionality in the value chain very early. So I think we need to, in your program, Chair, when you're proposing to us, maybe let's look at the recommendations from AG and try and incorporate them in our program so that we provide meaningful oversights going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Neil May.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, and I might have missed it, I don't think I received a response to the repatriation of funds in foreign destinations.
You're correct, actually.
And how much of our money is sitting in foreign accounts that are that are there? That was the one. The second one was, I might have missed that as well, the auditors who did the books from the private sector. I can't remember listening to that, but otherwise, thank you very much for your responses.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm Honorable Bila.
Bila, yes.
And
I
I'm
think your
very-
hair has changed.
Sorry?
No, I think your hair has changed
Oh, okay.
from the last time I saw you. It took me a while.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson. And I'm happy to be in the house again after a long time. I think it's 7 weeks now. I was not in here. Let me take this opportunity and welcome the report and the responses by the team. And also to indicate that I don't think there is a leader in this parliament who can plan for the collapse of the entities that are under their watch. Let me pass on that one. It was on a lighter note. But let me say, I want to concur with you, Honorable Chair, to say there are people who are responsible for the compiling of AFS. That's correct. Then we have to have them in the house, come and give us the challenges that are making them not to compile the AFS and the statement for the 5 consecutive years without saying anything, and they just took it as business as usual. So we have to call them in the house, they come and account, or why is it going like that? Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bila, and welcome back. So Aegis team, I don't know if you've got any final comments, but what I will say as kind of overall comments is, and I'm hoping the committee secretary, please note. So we need to write to the National Treasury and request certain specific and historical information relating to the appropriations and disbursements to SAA going back some years. We'll discuss that period, but I think we should maybe start in 2010, 2011. I think that will help in our conversations going forward. The second thing is that we are intending to call the minister and to come and account for sort of the policy and executive oversight issues in our interactions with the minister. So we get a commitment on when the annual financial statements and this audit will be completed. Then we'll decide as a committee who comes first. I think SAA management should possibly come here, and then the minister needs to tell us what she's going to do. I just don't want, with the minister having been here, I don't want us to keep delaying. So we need to try and do it in fairly short order. I'll also direct, together we can direct the researchers to compile certain preparatory information for the committee as well, so that our sort of oversight and interactions with the ministry help us in our work. I don't know, AG team, if there are any final comments before I close this portion and I give everyone a break.
Thank you, Chair. Just to sorry, maybe to apologize on the question that we didn't answer. So there are two. The first one on the previous auditors, who were the previous auditors. Chair, can you be allowed to come back to the committee on that one, that we can provide the timelines, who was appointed when, for which period, so that we're able to give reliable information. And then Tato is just going to close on the repatriation of funds. Thanks.
Yes, and then on the repatriation of funds, I will give the figure based on my recent interaction. It was $59 million at Zimbabwe, and then the one on Malawi, I don't actually recall the figure, and I will make it as part of the written submission. Thanks.
Thank you. And so in closing for this section, I think what is clear to me, honorable members, is that there are some policy and legislative decisions that need to be taken, which are beyond the purview of the Auditor-General. What we have right now is a 100% public-owned entity. We need to decide as the government whether it lives or dies, and the circumstances of its living or dying. What is clear from what I glean from the AG's report is that we can't have a situation where it is just floating around and kind of surviving from day to day. Those are decisions that cabinet needs to take, that if there are appropriations, those come to parliament and there are decisions taken to say yes or no, or the money is obtained elsewhere. But that's clear, and that's why I want the minister to come and account to the committee. AG team, thank you very much. I wasn't serious that we're chasing you away, so you don't have to leave if you don't want to leave, right? What I'd like to ask the team that's coming up next is just to kind of take us through again the salient points in your briefing note, and then we can have the conversation. I always say, what have you found? What does it look like? Is it good or is it bad? If it's bad, how bad is it? And in your view, what do you think needs to be done? Your view as auditors, basically. That's the long and the short. Thank you. We'll take a break until, what time is it? It's 11:13. So can you come back at 11:30? Yeah. I am very impressed. I think I allocated too much time because everybody is back here and ready to rumble with 3 minutes to go. So thank you. Do you want to finish it? Who's going to speak between you? Both of you, because I wanted to say you've got 2 minutes. You can finish your coffee. Are you fine? Okay. I also noticed that our member of the comms team there has joined the EFF. The staff are supposed to be non-partisan, but there we are.
But Chair, you must remember, I'm the one who proposed we must have comms. So it's
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So we're here to brief the committee on the Prasa audit outcomes for the 2022-23 audit financial year. What we've seen in the 2022 year is there was an improvement where they've actually moved from a disclaimer from the previous years to a qualified opinion in 2022-23. We would like to brief you on the financial statements, and Ilse will go through the detail, the performance information, as well as the compliance. I've already mentioned that there was an improvement on the financial side, which was mainly as a result of management taking effort and was very conservative in making sure that they fixed the asset register. So for the first time, I think since 2017, they were in a position to provide us with an asset register that we could actually audit and conclude on during the 2022-23 year. We've also seen that in terms of the performance information that there was a significant improvement. Previously, in the previous year, which would have been 2021-22, they've only managed to achieve 19% of their indicators. Whereas in the previous financial year, 2022-23, they managed to improve that to a 59% improvement. Yes, there's still concerns in terms of the performance and how they go about, and specifically the impact on the citizens, but we did see a significant and a marked improvement in what they have achieved. I think the area where we haven't seen any improvement necessarily was in terms of the compliance area, where there was still a number of non-compliance, specifically relating to supply chain, where they didn't follow proper processes to make sure that procurement is fair and equitable. And then relating to that, because of the increase in the irregular expenditure, we also note that they didn't necessarily implement the necessary consequence management, but Ilse will go through the detail on that. Besides those 3 areas, there was also material irregularities that is implemented in terms of our extended powers that we've issued. Specifically, we've issued 2 during the 22-23 financial year, and we'll also just quickly reflect on those and the status of those which we have then implemented or issued. With that, I'm going to hand over to Ilse to just take us to the detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Corné, and good morning. It's still morning. Honourable Chairperson and honourable members. So Corné has already given a brief overview in terms of the audit outcome then for the 22-23 financial year. But I would like to also start off with just highlighting, let me just try to make this a bit bigger, otherwise none of the committee. The entity structure, to just recap quickly on what we are going to be dealing with today. So we have Prasa, the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, with its various divisions, Prasa, Tech, Rail and CRES, which is responsible for infrastructure delivery, the commuter services, and then the property portfolio respectively. And then we have Autopax, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Prasa, that's responsible for long-distance bus transport, and Intersight, which basically does strategic investments and also property developments on behalf of Prasa, which is then further broken down into Metro Rail and the long-distance rail services, and Autopax, the buses, which is city to city, and Translux. So that just gives a brief overview on the Prasa group. In terms of the funding, so during the year under review, which is 22-23, Prasa did receive some government subsidies from the Department of Transport, and that was through the allocations process, the national budget process. So in 22-23, they did receive 7.2 billion rand to use for operations, and then 12.3 billion rand for their various capital programs. So we're saying in addition, Prasa then generated revenue, which amounted to 119 million with regards to fair revenue, and then operating lease rental income from their properties of around about 620 million. And then we're looking at other income of 181 million, and the biggest other source of income then being interest received of 1.7 billion. And that is mainly on capital grants that were previously received that Prasa managed to hang on to. So there was then that interest on that accumulated funds.
Sorry, can I just ask
Yes.
for the record, that revenue is 119 million or billion?
Million,
Oh, really?
yes. So Chairperson, you can refer to the annual report, yes. So
No, I
that's-
was just...
That's 119 million on the fair revenue. In other
Okay.
words, the commuter services.
Oh, from the commuter side.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Okay. So then if we look at the opinion history, I think what I would like to do is to deal with the area separately. So perhaps let's start off with the financial statements. So as Corné has rightfully highlighted, Prasa has emerged from years of disclaimed opinions. So before we expressed a qualified opinion in 22-23, they received disclaimed opinions where in essence we did not pronounce an audit opinion at all due to the state of accounting records. So this really signifies a major milestone in the 22-23 financial year where we were actually able to then express an opinion. So I would just like to pause and inform the committee as to the reasons for these movements. So if we look at property, plants and equipment, that remains qualified. However, it's just because of a disclosure, which I'll just touch on now. Irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which was clear during the year under review, commitments that remained qualified, and then a prior error. So if we perhaps start off with the assets, which links to the prior error. So what happened is that in the year under review, Prasa basically went on a full asset verification. So they literally took their records, they went onto the ground, and they tried to reconcile these two elements of what was in the register and what was on the ground. So I just wanted to quickly go there so that, yeah. So at that point in time then, there was an amount of 3.4 billion rand, which basically was sitting in the records, but there wasn't assets on the ground. So in other words, if you look at this bullet A, assets were in the registers, but it could not be verified. And then point number 2, capitalized costs. So in other words, there were costs that were capitalized for projects or, infrastructure projects that were on the go at the time, could not be identified to relate to a specific asset. So in other words, you could see the capitalized costs in the register, but when you went into the field, you couldn't find something. And then the last one, the assets that were lost due to vandalism and theft. So Prasa did go through a period of protracted vandalism and theft a couple of years back, mainly towards the end of 2019 to the middle of 2020, round about the time also of the onset of COVID. So these assets were then written off in this 22-23 financial year. However, because it was assets that were procured prior to years 2021, so in other words, before the corresponding figure in the set of financial statements, it was reflected in the prior error note. And what we said is when we then wanted to establish, these assets that you were writing off, did they ever exist? We were not able in all instances to get the sufficient appropriate audit evidence. And therefore, we then qualified this balance to say, we understand you've written this amount off. We haven't seen anything that indicates, that there should be assets that you've written off that should still be there. But we were unable to say whether that amount then was fairly presented or not. But with the consequence, after this write-off then, we were able to now confirm the figures for property, plant and equipment, or assets in essence. So that is what we're noting here in point number 4 to say, very important movement for Prasa, the figures of 42.8 billion and then the corresponding figure of 41.6 billion for assets were now fairly presented in the financial statements. So despite that being the case, Prasa was unable to disclose property, plant and equipment under construction that's taking significantly longer to complete than initially anticipated, as well as infrastructure projects that were halted during the year. So the accounting framework requires any entity that reports in line with GRAP to then disclose significantly delayed and halted infrastructure projects. So that disclosure was not made by the entity. So that then resulted in another audit qualification. Then in terms of commitments, so although commitments remained qualified, so Prasa has got a very, very material commitment that is relating to the manufacturing of the electrical multiple units, those new blue trains, to the Gibela Rail Consortium. So for the first time in 22-23, then Prasa was able to fairly present that commitment, which was sitting at 89.7 billion for the manufacturing and 14.7 billion for the rolling stock maintenance. So those figures are fairly presented in terms of the commitments for the blue trains. However, in terms of the remainder of commitments, operational and capital in nature, the day-to-day commitments, Prasa was not able to disclose those fairly. So that then the reason why commitments remain qualified. Then I think it's just important to highlight the issues surrounding irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So at Prasa, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure was qualified since 2016-17 on the completeness thereof. So some of the committee members might be aware of the fact that there was a very material change in how entities accounted for these type of expenditures in the previous year. So whereas in the past you would have the balance and the amounts that were coming through during the year and then the closing balance as well as any movements, that then moved to the annual report, and the financial statements only had the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred during the current year and the previous year. So that then enabled Prasa to go back to the current and the prior year and to go and revisit all the transactions and account for those items completely. So that then resolved the audit qualifications in that regard. However, I think what we should just note is the fact that in terms of the annual report, so when you look at the actual narrative that's disclosed there, we are still unhappy about those figures, or we are still unable to see or to pronounce whether those are fairly presented, because Prasa didn't go back further than the 2021 financial year, which was the corresponding figure. So that then in a nutshell deals with the financial statements and how Prasa has emerged from the disclaimed opinion to a qualified opinion. Then if we look at the performance of Prasa, so we looked at 3 objectives, which was the rebuilding of corridors for consistently good services, the modernization of infrastructure, rolling stock and stations, as well as enhancing operational and workplace safety and security during the year under review. So Prasa, contrary to the financial statements, has always managed to present their performance fairly. So in other words, no issues were found with regards to the accuracy, the validity and the completeness in which the performance was then reported in the annual report. So as Corné has noted, and I just wanted to get to the graphic to just reflect it on the screen, so the performance has increased quite a lot in the year under review to 59%, even though we still do not find that to be an acceptable figure. So we still have concerns in terms of the service delivery to citizens and whether or not rail commuter services are freely and accessible to the extent where citizens would want it to be. Nonetheless, the infrastructure rebuilding program was underway, and we did see an increase in the level of passenger numbers while the entity is then recovering the infrastructure which was virtually actually wiped out during that period of vandalism and theft. So it is a progressive situation. And then I just wanted to get to where we've actually highlighted the areas then that was not achieved, just to show that to the committee. So the areas where some of the critical indicators were not achieved for the year during review was in essence then the GO, so the general overhaul of the MLPS coaches. There wasn't any of those coaches overhauled, so that was because they prioritized Metro rail coaches during the year under review, so which is the intercity rail commuter services. The number of passenger trips for the year, initially it was planned to be 26 million, but ended up being 15.6 million, and that was as a result of, amongst others, the destruction of the assets due to the floods in KZN during April 2022. Then in terms of the level of operations on the Mabopane line, as per the deadline, the signalling for the full Mabopane line was not completed, and the number of trains remained the same, whereas Prasa was planning to commence with operating with the signalling in Q3. And then in terms of the Western Cape Central line and re-signalling in KwaZulu-Natal, the completion of the central line signalling was not completed, and that related to the removal of illegal settlements. That is also a matter that was of quite a bit of concern to us in terms of that whole issue surrounding the illegal settlements on the central line. It is a matter that was escalated to the previous Standing Committee on Public Accounts because of the lack of intergovernmental cooperation and the lack of people working together, which then significantly delayed that temporary removal of those illegal settlers. And as things stand right now, they still have not been permanently relocated, so that actually remains a relevant matter as we speak. Then the rolling stock localization. So in this big contract to manufacture the new trains, there should be a level of localization or economic development obligations. So Prasa did not appoint an independent economic development monitor to then confirm the level of localization on that contract. The status of depot contracts, there was non-awards for the tenders and court orders against Salt River, Durban and Springfield, and then 66 versus 80% implementation of the security plan for the year under review. So the question then gets asked, what is the reason for Prasa achieving only 59% of their performance objectives? And in the year under review, it mainly related to procurement failures. So in other words, where there was procurement that needed to take place in order for these targets and indicators to be achieved, those were delayed. And in some instances where there was probity awards, those were initially awarded and then cancelled subsequently. So if we then go on to compliance with laws and regulations, apologies, Chair, that I am skipping throughout the document, but I don't want to read through everything. So there are 4 areas where non-compliance persisted. So as Kunai has rightfully mentioned, the compliance situation at Prasa remained very much unchanged during the 22-23 financial year. So the issues that we were dealing with was the late submission of financial statements. So the financial statements was not handed in on 31 May and was only submitted in July of last year. And that was mainly to cater for the completion of that process where the assets were counted and reconciled in order to fairly present those in the financial statements. And then the material misstatements in the submitted financial statements, which speaks to the qualification areas that we've dealt with already. Then in terms of procurement and contract management, so what we noted predominantly in terms of the procurement and contract management, I just want to put that on the screen quickly. So we noted that in some instances, the awards and the quotations, the contracts, were awarded to bidders based on pre-qualification criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding and quotations. So in other words, what you initially said you were going to evaluate the tender against wasn't what was used ultimately in then awarding that tender. So that was the biggest issue that we found during the year. And then the root cause for that was the poor demand and procurement planning, which then resulted in inadequate development of bid specifications. So in other words, if you don't start with the process early enough, there's not enough time to make sure that a properly compiled technical committee does those bid specifications, and that then lets the process progress with, in a manner that's not necessarily compliant with laws and regulations. We also said that in addition to the non-compliance, as I've mentioned, we were concerned about the agility in which procurement processes were conducted because it had an impact on the performance of the entity. Further to that, the other two areas are similar to the ones that was already highlighted in terms of SAA, which is then your expenditure management and consequence management. So the expenditure management saying that Prasa did not prevent irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And I will deal just now, give a bit of a brief overview in terms of those two areas. And then lastly, the consequence management, which is also problematic. So in the 22-23 financial year, we did indicate that consequence management improved slightly. So we did see some investigations being performed, and specifically on material irregularities, which we'll quickly go through after this. You would note that quite a lot of effort was put into those that actually resulted in all the historical material irregularities being resolved. But in terms of the day-to-day occurrences of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the entity did not comply. So the PFMA compliance and reporting framework actually requires you to, within the detection, so when you detect that type of expenditure, you have to commence with an investigation within 30 days after those items are detected, which was not adhered to. And similar to what my colleagues presented when they were dealing with SAA, we are concerned because if you don't take the necessary action when these transgressions are detected, it might inadvertently then create the impression that, you know, it's not a big deal for people to then not comply with laws and regulations. So that is an area that we were very concerned about at the end of the 22-23 financial year. Then just in terms of material irregularities, I just want to quickly scroll to that section. Chairperson, so we raised 11 material irregularities overall, and perhaps just for quick introductory purposes, so for someone that might not necessarily be aware, the material irregularities then emanated from the amendments to the Public Audit Act and the related regulations issued in terms of the Public Audit Act. These amendments introduced the concept of a material irregularity, and that basically means any non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or a breach of fiduciary duty identified during our audit that then resulted in or is likely to result in a material financial loss, the misuse or loss of a public resource, or substantial harm to a public sector institution or the general public. So in essence, these matters that we are dealing with now conforms to this definition. So since the onset of the MI process, which was 2018-19, there's been 11 material irregularities raised in totality at Prasa. However, 9 of those were resolved by the end of this financial year. So in other words, I'm not going to deal in a lot of detail with these, but these matters were appropriately investigated and action then taken against the employees that were implicated in these various matters. What I would like to pause at is just the 2 material irregularities that was active at the end of the 22-23 financial year, of which the first one was the payments that were made for no value received in relation to the Isipingo retail development construction project. So in other words, in this instance, Prasa did do a major construction project at Isipingo, which was a retail development construction project. And due to poor planning, and if one goes to the annual report, you would see in our audit report, there's quite a detailed description of what happened here. But in essence, there were not proper planning in terms of this project, which then resulted in eThekwini municipality having halted the project at a certain point in time because all the municipal regulations were not adhered to. So this is quite a historical project. It was completed since. However, there was a need then in terms of the investigation that was performed through a contract in team by the SIU to then try and recover the money from the principal agent on the project and the professional team. And there were also 6 officials at Prasa which was implicated and considered to be responsible, and disciplinary action was recommended against them. So at the end of the period when we reported, the arbitration proceedings were underway between Prasa and the counterparty in terms of the recovery of potential money in the project. And then in terms of the disciplinary processes, 6 Prasa officials were identified to have been responsible, with the processes having been concluded for 4 of those by the time we had reported. Final written warnings issued for 2 officials. 1 was acquitted and 1 official then resigned before he could be charged. And then at reporting date, the proceedings were in progress for the remaining 2. Then the suspected fraud relating to ghost employees. So the ghost employee matter at Prasa is not a new one. I'm quite certain that most of the committee members are aware of the history surrounding the matter. So through the audit process, we were unable, in essence, to establish whether certain individuals was employed by Prasa or not. So we are not necessarily saying they were still in the system, but when we requested evidence of employees that were terminated off the system, Prasa was unable to provide the supporting documents with regards to that. So we were unable to dispel the notion of the fact that there might have been ghost employees, which then prompted us to raise this material irregularity on the suspected fraud in relation to this matter. So what Prasa did is they did conduct a physical verification of all the employees on their payroll, which was called Project Zavese, which then prompted some preliminary internal investigations, which was completed in May 2023, after which they then referred this matter to both a forensic investigation, independent one, and also requested it to form part of a new SIU proclamation. And although it was not in our report, I think it is in the public domain that proclamation was finalized this year in February. So that is underway. Then, perhaps importantly, is that when we looked into this whole matter, we were very concerned about the internal control environment relating to human resource management at Prasa, but more importantly also in terms of the information and communication technology environment. And that links to, if we go through some of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that you would see here, which I'm going to deal with now, but the information systems at Prasa really caused a multitude of errors and suspected irregularities during the year under review. It also, at the point in time where we reported, was not in a state where Prasa could employ appropriate automated controls. So for an entity of that size, one really does not want to get stuck with using manual controls because it's too big, it exposes you to human error. So I wanted to just touch on both irregular, perhaps fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure. So whilst we're on the topic, if you look at the screen there, this really provides a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for Prasa for the year under review. So the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did decline slightly from the previous year, from 302 million to 179 million. But there were some areas of significant concern to us when we looked at the nature of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So the interest and penalties mainly constituted the biggest portion of that, which related to late payments of suppliers mainly. And then in terms of employee costs, where suspensions exceeded 6 months, which amounted to 36.6 million. So those related to instances where employees, including senior officials in the entity, was suspended, but the matter kind of is still hanging at year-end then. So what we said is, after a 6-month period, which Prasa themselves said is a reasonable time frame in which to conduct such proceedings, whatever the entity incurs after that in terms of employee cost is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then the following 2 matters also in terms of the cybersecurity tax. So on two separate occasions, there was money that was diverted into foreign bank accounts, not foreign in the sense of overseas, but not bank accounts related to Prasa suppliers. So the money in essence got rediverted, linking to the information system shortcomings. Initially that amounted to 30.6 million, but there were some amounts that were recovered, which subsequently then reduced the loss to 14.8. And there was also funds that were embezzled by an employee of the company, where after Prasa did take appropriate action, the person was dismissed, and the case is currently still with the authorities to try and recover the remaining money. The assets were frozen and so forth. So the matter was appropriately dealt with, but both of these matters also pointing to significant shortcomings in the systems, and particularly the information systems of Prasa. In terms of the irregular expenditure and just linking with the consequence management, so if you look at the graphic on the screen, this really shows the trend of irregular expenditure, and of which we were then technically unable to confirm the completeness up until this point of 2021. So the 21-22 restated figures we are happy with, as well as the 22-23, not happy, but it was fairly presented because it's very, very high. So 22-23 sitting at 3.8 billion, and the year before that at 3.3 billion. So it is very, very high figures of irregular expenditure, and that mainly relating to non-compliance with supply chain related laws and regulations, in other words, procurement irregularities. Then perhaps lastly, just to highlight in terms of the irregular expenditure, this graphic is not very visible, but if one looks at the blue part of the pie chart, so this was for 21-22, so this is the current year non-compliance, in other words, for transactions where there was transgressions in that year. So for 21-22, it amounted to 76%, whereas in the next year, you could see it nearly turn around, where the bulk of the irregular expenditure related to multi-year contracts coming from prior years. So this is really to illustrate also in terms of consequence management, if that had been properly conducted and the items had been condoned and or written off accordingly, the figures could have looked very different, because in 22-23, the amount that related to the current year was just 848 million instead of the in excess of 3 billion that we saw. Perhaps lastly, just to touch on what do we consider to be the critical root causes for these failures, and then what do we consider to be the recommendations which we would appreciate if the committee could assist us with. So firstly, the information technology systems, where we said that these systems were not sufficient to ensure the reliability and the availability, accuracy, and protection of information. We said that the controls were insufficient to effectively mitigate against the risks of potential irregularities and or fraudulent activities being perpetrated in the IT environment. So we have seen cyber incidents being on the rise in government as a whole. So Prasa was really urged to address these shortcomings in their IT environment at the end of the 22-23 financial year. Then in terms of the infrastructure under construction, we indicated that management did not perform effective monitoring and reporting on those significantly delayed or halted projects to enable corrective action where necessary. So not only is this a reporting requirement in terms of the accounting framework, obviously in terms of delayed project, it has an immediate impact on service delivery and then the provision of rail commuter services. Then an important aspect to the Prasa audit for 2022-23 was the vacancies in senior management. So I just actually wanted to quickly reflect in the briefing note where we had highlighted that 7 out of the 10 executive positions were filled by acting people at the end of the 22-23 financial year, and those are listed there on the screen. So that was the Group CEO, which was then subsequently filled on the 1st of April 2023, the CFO, CIO, Chief Human Capital Officer, and Audit Executive that were also filled post-year end, and then the CEOs of the divisions for Prasa, RAL, and CRES. So after these 3 positions in essence were filled, Prasa, however, is still sitting or was sitting at the end of this financial year with 50% of those positions remaining vacant because the Group CEO used to be the CEO of one of the divisions. So that then in essence made that position go vacant again. So that was one of the things that we've been reporting year in, year out, is that the board of Prasa needs to stabilize executive management at the entity. So following that, then the next point was the fact that management did not effectively monitor the implementation of standardized accounting processes pertaining to contract management and the daily and monthly processing and reconciling of expenditure, and that speaks to the commitments qualification. So the contract management was not sufficient to ensure that those commitments could be tracked properly, and as I've highlighted, the poor demand and procurement planning, as well as a lack of timely consequence management. So in terms of the other reports and investigations, this is just for noting that these were the investigations that were outstanding at the audit report date and had not been taken into account when we formulated our audit outcome, was the DPCI investigation that was ongoing since 2016. Then the SIU proclamation R51 of 2019, which also had not delivered a final report. Then in terms of Prasa's own prompted internal or independent forensic investigations, there was an independent digital forensic service provider that was appointed to assist into looking into IT systems following those instances of cyber breaches. So the report was available during the year under review, and it did highlight the areas that needed to be remedied in the information system environment. And then Prasa also furthermore appointed independent forensic companies to then prompt finance, including the SAP system, which is the accounting system being used by Prasa, and the standard operating procedures, as well as the loading of payments. And then also looking into supply chain management. So lastly, Chairperson, to conclude on the presentation, we have highlighted some matters at the end of our briefing note, which we would really appreciate it if the committee could help us to follow up on ongoingly. So the first one then being the stabilization of the executive management and the filling of the vacant positions that is quite overdue for a number of years. The infrastructure modernization program, which should continue to be fast-tracked to ensure the effective deployment and the utilization of the new trains. We have highlighted as part of our presentation that we are quite concerned, given the massive capital outlay for these new trains, that they are not being appropriately utilized at the moment. However, that cannot be viewed in isolation because, in essence, it needs the infrastructure to be recovered in order to then optimally utilize that. But that would be a matter that we would appreciate it if the committee could, request from Prasa their plans in terms of the timing of the infrastructure recovery. Then in terms of the situation with Autopax, so one of Prasa's subsidiaries, Autopax, is also in business rescue, similar to the SIA scenario. It has been in business rescue since 2021 November. So that is the entity that deals with the long-distance bus transport element. So at the point of reporting, there were some plans to, and the business rescue practitioners said that they were confident that the entity could continue and should continue because it is in essence part of Prasa's primary mandate, the long-distance bus services, but there was money that was required then to purchase new buses for this entity. So to follow up then with the board and management of Prasa in terms of the status of Autopax, the development and implementation of a proper procurement plan, which takes into account the risk of delays and the impact thereof on the delivery of infrastructure. the steps that Prasa has taken to investigate all reported irregular, gratuitous and wasteful expenditure, in other words, to give progress on the consequence management, as well as the actions that Prasa is then taking to resolve the remaining audit qualifications, including the capturing of all assets into the SAP register. So perhaps just for noting, at the point in time when this audit was concluded, all the assets was not yet captured into the register. As we mentioned, there was this big counting and reconciliation process which actually took place after year-end. So a lot of journal entries and so forth were passed to then get the amounts to be fairly presented. But we still maintain that it is important that all of those assets should be appropriately reflected in the register itself. And then lastly, in terms of the actions that Prasa has to take to resolve those remaining two material irregularities. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and members.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that comprehensive presentation. So I am going to ask some clarifying questions and then hand over to the members to ask. So let me just talk about Prasa's business model. I must admit I hadn't quite understood it. So it appears to me that the entity's operations are funded by transfers from government. Would that be correct? As a matter of course. Or is that not so? That's why at the beginning I was looking at its revenue being 119 million, and then there were subsidies amounting to I think 7.2 billion. Because it feels to me, unless my level of understanding of the business is worse than I think, that for the scale of its business, 119 million is a low amount relative to how much it costs to run it, to operate it. Would I be correct? I just need help there.
Yes. Chairperson, you are indeed correct, but I think the context behind the matter is the fact that a lot of the rail network infrastructure was, like I mentioned, virtually destroyed at the end of 2019 towards the middle of 2020. So whereas currently there's a very big difference between the magnitude of amounts being received by government and the amounts of revenue being generated. So ordinarily that balance should be far less. So those two should more or less equate to one another. But because of the fact that the network was not operable, that then impacted on the passenger numbers and the low revenue. And also, as I've highlighted as part of the presentation, that was then exacerbated by the KZN floods, which again destroyed a lot of the rail network in KZN, which had to be rebuilt. But Chair, you are in essence correct.
Okay, so it's not done as a matter of course. There are circumstances which have. So this question may be unfair, but it's really important for the committee. Are you able to refer to a period where these factors, I know some of the infrastructure disappeared during COVID, and there's all manner of things. It's like the scrap metals industry, quote unquote, getting involved in expropriating some of the infrastructure and so on. But under normal circumstances, and that is assuming that the rail infrastructure, the infrastructure had been at an acceptable level of demand and utilization, what level of revenue should Prasa be generating? Is that unfair? We're looking at the picture now in the period under review where all of these things have happened. Are you able to say, in the ordinary course, assuming things are okay, Prasa should be generating revenue of approximately in this range? Are you able to say that, to tell the committee something like that?
Chair, would you like me to respond? I think when we look back, and unfortunately my computer is now reflected on your screen, so I can't open things whilst I'm busy presenting here.
No,
but-
you can disconnect, and if you need to, to
No,
look.
I wanted to say, if one looks at the performance of Prasa, which was really reflected in that one graphic, you can see, where is that thing now? Apologies. I just wanted to get in terms of the performance, because I know that even in Prasa's own annual report, they indicate that there has been a systematic decline, so to speak. But I think the year that always gets mentioned, and I'm speaking under correction, is this 2016-17, or before that even, where the railway network was functioning optimally. So, Chair, perhaps I should reconnect, and then when the committee...
Yes, one of
Just
one
connect
of your colleagues can ask. I mean, I'm still in clarification
No,
phase,
no, it's
right?
fine. I would just like to look up a figure.
You
and
can
then I will
share that
respond.
information, while your colleagues are having a look, and maybe you can look at previous financials. But the amount is incredibly low as a revenue number. Do you want to say something? So the amount it appears incredibly low. And I'm thinking like I was saying, to run to operate the entity costs more. Human capital costs are obviously at a certain level. I don't know off the top of my head how many employees they have, but so that number just jumped at me. That's why I stopped you earlier on. But we don't need to dwell on that unless you're going to deal with this, because I want to move on to another clarification.
Thank you, Chair. So the principle holds water, Chair, in the sense that being a commercial entity, its own revenue it's able to generate should be more than whatever it receives in the form of subsidies. So let's, for example, say in about 2008, reports are that Prasa collected about 1.2 billion from fares, which already tells you just from fares, and then the other various sources of income. So as a rule of thumb, it should be generating more revenue than what it's receiving from the fiscus. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you. That's actually sufficient. It's really sufficient, because what it kind of gives us a picture, which is important for our conversations going forward with Prasa and with the minister. So if in 2008, revenue was over $1 billion, and then 14 years later, with more human beings theoretically using the system, is 119 million. It tells a story on its own. So that's the first thing I wanted to ask. The second point of clarification is pertaining to so the development and implementation of a proper procurement plan which takes into account the risk of delays and the impact thereof on delivery of infrastructure. The plan should address relevant measures to mitigate project delays due to failed procurement strategies. There is that one. There was another which I've highlighted, which relates to contract management. And I will try and simplify my understanding. You tell me if it's incorrect. It would appear, in my understanding, that part of the problem is that the contracting does not help the accountants to determine whether a financial commitment has been made that falls in a particular period or not. Would that be correct? And therefore that leads to material misstatements. In other words, do I still have this money to use for other things, or is it committed to that contract? That's the issue, right? Out of a pot of 100 rand, I have a contract for 60 rand, and therefore this money is not available for any other thing. I should deem it a commitment to that contract. And what happens in the course of the audit, you realize that this isn't clear, and it leads to material misstatements, therefore. Would that be correct?
Yes, Chair, that is indeed precisely correctly explained. So they did not have, or we were unable to determine, and the commitments was materially misstated. So, Chair, you are indeed correct. And perhaps just to also revert back to that question, I did quickly look it up. So the revenue in terms of what we were requesting was about 2.1 billion in the period 2014-15, after which it declined. So that is more or less, where it's peaked. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and then the last question I have is, and this is likely very stupid, and this is very being streamed, so I could trend for the wrong reasons. But I need to understand this, and this may be useful for the public, because I was a journalist in my previous life, and there is nothing that scared me as needing to publish an article about irregular expenditure. Because I could never ascertain properly whether there was a financial loss or not, and to what extent it was. But the number would always be big. And now you end up with a headline that may or may not be helpful. So you understand the problem. So what I'm trying to understand is just, would I be correct in saying you categorize instances of irregular expenditure where there is irregular expenditure, and you must tell me if I'm wrong, that's why I'm scared to ask this, but if a tender was supposed to be advertised, let's say for 21 days, and it was advertised for 19 days, and that's what was wrong with it, but the rest of the process substantively was okay, right? In other words, they just cut it short by 2 days. How is that categorized? Is it irregular expenditure or not? I just need to understand, because there are also instances then, as I understood from this report, where something has been procured, but ultimately it wasn't needed because the procurement did not accord with the demand, the level of demand and so on. So it's now here, but it's a white elephant. Would that also fall under irregular expenditure? So I need to understand the difference between these two, whether they fall in the same category, what the categorization is, because I also think it's helpful, because I think the committee substantively should be concerned with material loss and chronic instances of non-compliance and so on. But, what should we be alarmed about?
Thank you, Chair. Fumulani got quite excited because in his previous life, he used to be part of our technical department, and the guys that were also part of the material irregularity process. So I'll let him have his moment in glory. Thank you, Chair.
You get to come back.
It is not a moment in glory, it's just trying to assist the committee. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think irregular expenditure, when it gets disclosed, the intention is for the company to go and investigate what went wrong. And part of the investigation, they will determine, did they incur any losses? So at the point when you are saying in the financial statement and also in the briefing, when we are saying so much irregular expenditure has been incurred, it means something went wrong in the process. Some of the things can be maybe procedural, as you put them like that, but mostly in entities like Prasa and the SAE that we're talking about them today, it's mostly serious non-compliance that are leading to that irregular expenditure. Now, can we then say is a loss? Not yet, but it's an indicator of possible losses or possible irregularity that happened in the process that must be investigated. If there are losses incurred, recover the losses. And in addition to that, hold accountable the people who caused the non-compliance and correct the process going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So if I may then also add to that, so that's why then the context of the material irregularity process also then comes into play to say where we have done work and we have established that indeed there was a financial loss that was suffered, then we will report a material irregularity like Ilse reported, some of the material irregularities where we then, first the non-compliance, we reported, we engaged management, we did the investigations, or they did the investigations, but once we have evidence of confirmed losses, that's where we now raise the material irregularity. But at the point of irregular expenditure, it means that management must engage in those processes to establish the financial losses suffered or not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Finally, I'll make a statement. You say yes or no. So there are some shiny new locomotives and the like, but the infrastructure can't really accommodate all of them. And therefore they are chilling somewhere until that problem is solved. Would that be correct?
Yes, Chair, it is correct. Whilst the rebuilding process is underway, they can't all be optimally utilized, but they are being placed in dynamic storage. In other words, they are being maintained. So it's not like they're standing there somewhere and gathering dust. So the necessary processes are in place to make sure that they do not get damaged in the process.
So dynamic storage is where they are running on a treadmill,
Yeah,
so
but
they
there's-
make like they're going,
Yeah.
but okay.
But there are also a concern in terms of that depot modernization program, because those trains are placed in dynamic storage in the depot modernization, in the depots. And if you look at our briefing note, we do highlight that that program to modernize those depots are more or less 9 to 10 years behind. So yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I've unstupided myself. Thank you. Can I give the members an opportunity to ask? I felt I just needed to dispense with those questions. Honorable Neil May, Honorable Blose, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Atkinson looks like he's still pondering very seriously what to ask, so I'll wait for now. All right, Honorable Neil May. Honorable Bila, are you? Good, okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I've only got one question, because I think I've understood fairly well what the situation is. And it's basically the assets. The assets could not be verified, what was written off. So anyone could have taken assets and no one would know any better. That is what went through my mind. Was there ever a forensic investigation to actually, although Prasa went on a verification program all over and did as much as they could, but at the end of that, did they then say, okay, so this is what was left in that so-called asset register, this is what we found, and this is what is missing? Is there this missing part that they can't find? So was there then a forensic investigation to go and look for those assets? And what was the difference, I can't remember again, in what they had on their books to what they came back with? So I think that was the only other thing. The proclamations, I'm not sure if this is for you, but I do have something where the freight rail, there is an SIU proclamation 184 of 2024, the SIU, for Prasa hiring back the freight manager, I don't know if that's on this area, and paying for his legal fees, if it's still there or not. But there is a proclamation now, 184 of 2024, investigating that. Are you aware of that? Or are there still any employees, put it this way, or management that are there that are either acting or have come back that possibly have question marks over their management and any misadministrations, maladministrations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Blossom.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe I'm not sure if there's a question, but it'll be a few comments. Firstly, Chair, I really don't understand this thing of Prasa falling on a different ministry than SAA. And I don't know if we can propose anything towards that, because SAA falls under public enterprise, right?
Not anymore. So there was a, so the reason we're having these briefings is that they now, by presidential proclamation, they now fall under Minister Creasy. So they are all in the same WhatsApp group now.
Proper, okay. All right, because that one for me was really a confusion. Okay, no, thanks a lot about that clarity, Chair. So tomorrow we are meeting SIU, and I think they will give us clarity in terms of the proclamation for the ghost employees. Because I really don't understand the difficulty with Prasa having to verify its own employees. So I don't understand what's difficult there. Especially physical verification, and there are line managers and everything else, so everyone can give a report of who's there and who's not. It just shows that there is some sort of corruption that is happening there. People are being paid at home. And also this thing of you saying that there are employees that are suspended for more than 6 months, which then incur irregular expenditure. But more than 6 months is how much? I think we'll figure that out, Chair. Maybe it's not for the AG, but when you go to our oversight, you'll find that there's someone there who's been suspended for 2 years with full pay, and they're sitting at home. So we might need to get the details of all those people who have been suspended for more than 2 months and who are incurring this irregular expenditure for the enterprise. We need to deal with those things. And also the board with the vacancies, I think we'll also deal with that with the minister. In terms of filling up the vacancies in the board, make sure that we have permanent positions there so that the entity gets back on the right track. But I think overall, Chair, we appreciate the presentation. They are equipping us with information. When we see the SIU tomorrow, we'll get more clarity. By the time we go and do the oversight, when we come back to see the minister, we'll be properly equipped in terms of how then do we move forward with this entity. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Blase. Honorable Skosan.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. No, we welcome and appreciate the presentation from the AG on matters relating to Prasa. Yeah, well, we see that there's an improvement in terms of the audit outcome from 4 years in a row of a disclaimer to a qualification in 2022, 2023. Yeah, well, I don't know whether we should celebrate that, but at least maybe let's welcome that. It shows some level of improvement, hoping that from that qualification they will then move to unqualified audit opinion. Because the tricky thing with qualification, some institutions from qualification, they go back to disclaimer. Or some, they will just stay there on a qualified audit opinion for years. And some end up going back to disclaimer. But let's hope that with the assistance of the AG, Prasa will then move to unqualified with matters and ultimately to clean audit. Also, I see that also in terms of performance, performance has increased from 19% in 2021-22 to 59% in 22-23. 59% is not a very good number, but under the current circumstances, maybe something that we need to welcome. Because if you compare the previous years, particularly that 19%, I think it's something that we need to welcome, that at least from 19% to 59%, I think it's a significant improvement. Yeah, the issue of consequence management, it's a serious challenge which most entities and government departments are battling with. So I don't know from the point of view of the AG, how can we address this particular issue of institutions failing to have consequence management for employees who are not following prescribed legislations in terms of performing their work, that result in institution getting irregular expenditures, fruitless and wasteful expenditures and so forth. And in this specific case of Prasa, what are their responses in relation to that, the lack of consequence management on their part? Yeah, well, the issue of existence of ghost employee, it's something that is very, it's shocking in this day and age. And in a big entity like Prasa, we used to hear the stories during the during former homeland government systems, that in a certain department, in a certain homeland government, there are ghost employees. You would remember that during those days, people were paid by checks. Then there would be a department that produced the check, then they would be transported from one office to another, and then somebody will be giving people check, they will be signing, so it was easy to have ghost employee. But in this day and age, with technology which is so advanced, and no one could have imagined that in a state-owned company like Prasa, you can have ghost employees. So I'm asking myself, what kind of poor systems exist that can lead Prasa to have ghost employees? In terms of your audit, when you look at their systems and internal control, what is it that make it so easy to can have ghost employees, people being paid? I mean, somebody who's not there, but that person gets paid. And what is Prasa doing in terms of rectifying that and recouping the money from those people whom the money is directed to? And then the last question, I see you are speaking about the issue of irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful. I also noted even in the earlier presentation about SAA, but I'm not hearing anything about unauthorized expenditure. Instances where funds are spent for purposes that they are not intended for. Is it because you don't have, Prasa doesn't have those kind of situations? Because I've never had anything, even on the earlier presentation, I've never had anything about unauthorized expenditure. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Skosana. So my question is on the IT systems and related control environment. How does it manifest? Are you able to just share with the committee some of the issues? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So we'll follow a similar approach where we'll divide and conquer the responses. So from my side, maybe just allow me to also start with the one around consequence management, because I think the question was more the committee seeking advice in terms of, or the honourable member asking, what is it that the committee could do to ensure that consequence management is sped up in government. So from our side, Chair, what we've been able to pick up is that regular and decisive action is quite important. From a committee point of view, this committee in the past administrations has actually been quite successful in ensuring consequence management through some of the tactics that it's deployed. Some of the tactics that I know Scopa in the past has deployed, I know it comes with a bit of a cost, but we were called regularly to come and brief Scopa with the institutions that they were focusing on, even it was 10 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night. I'm over-exaggerating a bit, but I think you get the gist. So regular engagement. So it was a focused tactic. So the committee would decide, we are targeting this sector, we are targeting these institutions, much like you are doing now. We are targeting transport so we can equip ourselves to have conversations with the executive. And you have a targeted intervention identifying those institutions that are relevant for the purpose of your discussion, getting the briefings, getting the information, and having the regular briefings and then regular updates. I'll cite one or two examples, and not to put those institutions in disrepute, but just to, because it is factual and it was public. So for example, the SABC, I remember, and then also the water and sanitation, Sisintombi is smiling, because those were quite focused interventions where between us and Scopa would be regularly called to come and give those briefings. And it then makes it difficult for those institutions to come and make commitments and then walk away, and then nothing happens over a period of time, and you come a year later, and then you find that the situation has not changed. I mean, that's just a practical example of some of the tactics that have been employed by Scopa in the past that have proven to be effective. Targeted oversight visits. So when you are aware of a particular pressure point, a particular sector, again, a particular institution, making sure that as part of your program oversight structures, including portfolio committees, we advise them, make sure that you have a targeted oversight visit. Don't just maybe do oversight for the purpose of oversight. And we do appreciate that in terms of oversight, there's constituency responsibilities and other manner of work that needs to be complied with. But in terms of your oversight program, make sure you target those pressure points. And when you get there, have a program in a particular, let's call it a plan of action in terms of how you then deal with that particular oversight visit with your clear goals and outcomes. So these are some of the practical examples that we have really been able to note that works, including progress reports. So again, living up to the theme or keeping up with the theme of not losing the momentum, ask for regular progress reports. But what's important is to also then maybe when those progress reports are submitted, much like the induction conversation with the AG covered, to make sure that those progress reports have been subjected to some form of quality assurance review, so that you don't just get information that is not even worth the paper that it's written on, that there are people that are willing to stand behind it, that have taken concomitant, what's the word now? The English is now the data got depleted. Serious decisive
Concomitant.
that one, Chair. Action, and therefore, if then you find the situation has not changed, you're also then able to hold conversations with the people that would have made the submissions, because they would have then committed that the document and the submissions were subjected to some form of quality assurance review process, including your structures such as internal audit. So those would be at the principal level, the practical steps and examples that we can advance to the committee. And we do acknowledge that it comes with a bit of cost and investment and energy. And then I'll also maybe deal with the one around the unauthorized expenditure. The unauthorized expenditure one is simple because the definition of an unauthorized expenditure talks about overspending not in line with a vote. So the definition does not apply in the public entity space. I think that's the long and short. We can talk about why it's like that, but for me, that's the long and short answer of it. That's why we don't see unauthorized expenditure in the space of public entities, but rather in departments, because departments are vote for 2-1, and if you then spend money that was assigned to you not in line with the intended action, that's when you then incur unauthorized expenditure. I'll then hand over to my colleagues who will also assist us with some of the more detailed responses. Corné?
Thank you, Chairperson. So I'll leave Ilse to respond to the detailed questions and where more detail is required. I thought let me just respond to the question or the comment more or less to say we see improvement and is it worthwhile, celebrating that. I think from the audit process point, we were encouraged to see those improvements. Similar to the SAA, the regression didn't happen overnight, and the improvements as such can't happen in one day. It takes time. And to get to this improvement, I mean, it took leadership commitment, it took a tone from the top that set a direction to say, this is what we're going to do, this is the plan, let's monitor this, let's follow this through. I think what is important is, however, sustainability of what has been done, and to make sure that what is being implemented will carry the entity forward into the future without having to go back to redo, for instance, maybe an asset register, or to redo some of the initiatives. And therefore, spending the time worthwhile and making sure that the impact is a long-lasting impact. What we would want to see them going forward is then to start fixing the remaining few qualifications that is there, focusing on the impact on the citizens so that there is more trains that is running, there's regular train and services that is being provided. We would like to see those indicators being achieved and not sitting at the 59%, but actually going back to 100%. And also looking at the non-compliance, where we said there was attention to the asset register, but not necessarily so much to the compliance issues. Going forward, we would like to see management then also focusing on those areas so that at the end of the day, there's a positive impact on the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly from my side, I think the remaining questions was with regards to the asset write-off. So that was 3.4 billion rand. That did relate to assets procured previous to 2021, but there was, to the best of our knowledge, it was never shared with us that there was any forensic investigation into those amounts that were written off. Some of it might have been covered, through various other investigations, but nothing specifically dealing with that. Then just in terms of the comments that were made on the filling of positions, just to clarify, it's not the board, it is positions in senior management, in executive management. So the board was stable, except for a chairperson change subsequent to year end. Further to that, I also just wanted to highlight in terms of the issue surrounding ghost employees that it does seem fantastical because you're saying that the employees can be verified, but a lot of the doubt was sitting at people that were terminated off the system at that point in time when the suspicions started surfacing. So in other words, to then have, you know, our ability to confirm whether those you know, employees that were on the system that were terminated were ever valid employees. So I think right now, as things stand, I mean, one can never be sure. And like we say, we still have concerns around the internal controls. But this does relate in a large way to those people that were terminated. And then just lastly, in terms of the IT system, so we do a comprehensive audit on the information systems on an annual basis. And our ultimate assessment in terms of that was that all the areas that we look at require intervention critically. It has also been noted year in, year out since basically 2017-18. So the areas that we cover as part of our audit process will then include cybersecurity processes and control assessments, infrastructure security assessments for both the operating systems and the databases, internal and external vulnerability assessments, and then the IT general controls and security management. So in essence, it is not limited to a specific area. There are problems throughout the systems that we indicated require intervention. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Apologies, if I just quickly may, I just wanted to indicate, Andries just alerted me that I didn't answer the question about the SIU proclamation, so we are aware of that. That just happened after the date of this report, so we are aware of that. Thank you, and apologies to the member for interjecting.
No problem. Thanks, Chair. Just with the issue with regards to ghost employees, I know you said it's quite difficult to verify an exact amount because people were terminated off the system and you weren't sure whether they could have been ghost employees or not. But do you have a ballpark figure of ghost employees that were found? I mean, was it quite a substantial amount? Was it significant?
Chair, through you, I think that is better placed to ask the entity. I think what we can say is that we could not confirm or dispel whether or not they were ghost employees. That's really, we did dedicated audit testing, which was obviously done on a sample basis. We have doubts because of limitation of scope. So perhaps I'm going to rather refrain from answering that question, perhaps if the entity can rather be asked. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Honorable members, are there any more questions? I will just make a remark. So I grew up in what used to be called Transkei. And so there was a term called ukuqhusheka. So ukuqhusheka is to just slip something underneath a cover. You know, you just slip it underneath. And people would say, you know, I'm going to talk to so-and-so, akusheke, which means they're going to make you a ghost employee. So you would just be put on the system. And I think it was manual at the time. And so what these people used to do would be to hang a jacket in the office on the chair here. And never be there. But every time somebody peeks into that office, they see the jacket there, and they think the guy has gone for a meeting, but they actually haven't gone for it. I'm revealing my age here, but so when people talk about so now 94 comes, and people have to be transferred from from the homeland government onto the South African government system. And some people just never showed up for work because they hadn't been there for a very long time.
Were the outfitters in Amtata only selling suit jackets?
They were doing very well, just on jackets alone. But I want to thank the team from the AG. This has been very, very useful because in our program we're planning to either visit the entities during Oversight Week and then subsequently then have a substantive discussion with the minister here. Tomorrow we are with the Special Investigating Unit on matters pertaining to the entities that fall under the Department of Transport, so that we properly equipped, and you being here has helped us in that endeavor. We will then have a discussion with the minister, because the idea is to then take the totality of these conversations and build our oversight and accountability program for the term, from a position of knowledge, and you've played a great part in making sure that we are where we need to be. So thank you very much. And honorable members, thank you very much as well. We get to finish 14 minutes ahead of time today, which is a record we must keep for this committee, so that I don't run foul of Honorable Bloss as well.
No, Chair, it's because Honorable Maduna is not here, so we are good today.
Yeah, he's not here to say as I land, I wanted him to be here for the SAA conversation, because then when he says as I land, it's appropriate. Thank you very much, and thank you, honorable members. I will see each other tomorrow. Thank you.